Good afternoon, and thank you for joining our very first Pilots Together charity raffle. My name's Lindsay, I'm one of the charity trustees, and I'm going to be hosting today alongside Scott Bateman, the chairperson and founder of the charity. Now, the programme that we've got for you today is huge. I'm going to give you an insight into the Pilots Together charity, what we do, who we support, and how our support has assisted those in need. We're going to hear from Peter and James, two of our redundant pilots, and hear how the COVID pandemic has affected them, their careers, their livelihoods, and personal life. We're going to try and dispel some of the myths that all pilots are rich and give you some facts and figures about the pilots who are registered with us. We're going to speak to some of those who have kindly donated either their time or a prize for the raffle, and we'll hear about what the lucky winners have in store. Throughout the day, we're going to have some spur-of-the-moment giveaway prizes for those people who donate throughout the live stream. And most importantly, the bit that you will all have been waiting for, we'll be drawing each of our 4 raffles. So let's kick off today with why we're here, the newly formed charity Pilots Together. The charity was established in the summer when it was announced that the aviation sector would be facing significant redundancies. Airlines were closing their bases, reducing their fleet strength, and some of them even grounding their entire operation in wake of the significant drop of passenger demand. Now, even with such events, such as September the 11th, the volcanic ash cloud, or the 2009 economic recession, pilots have never faced a level of uncertainty and disruption that they've done today. There's also a misconception that all pilots are wealthy, that they've got money in the bank and that they don't really need any help. And while that may be true for some pilots whose careers have spanned decades, the unfortunate reality is that those people who have been made redundant are on the opposite end of their career path and they're only just starting out. They tend to be from a much younger demographic with training loans, mortgages, and many of them have young families in which they support. Now, to give you some perspective on this, out of all the pilots that we have registered with us, 81% of those have training debts to pay. The average debt is around about £46,000, with 10% of our pilots carrying a training burden over £100,000. So our charity's mission is fourfold. First of all, we want to help pilots continue to pay back their loans, support their families, cover their bills, and get by day to day without having to suffer economic hardship. Secondly, we want to ensure they don't suffer on their own and that they have someone with whom they can talk to. Thirdly, we want them to help to retain their skills that they've invested so much in gaining, and importantly, learn new ones. And finally, we want to make sure that they have a sense of belonging and remain part of our aviation family. Now, we achieve this by focusing our time and efforts on financial support through schemes such as Pay As You Earn, generous donations from the public, and through events such as this one. We provide career support, including simulator access, training assistance, insight of job opportunities, career guidance, and CV advice. And last, but by no means least, mental well-being, which is provided through our network of peer support and professional experts. Now, the support that we've received in the lead up to this event has been huge. Thank you to everyone who has liked our post, shared our content, and most importantly, bought some tickets. Now, for each of our raffles, there's still time to buy your tickets, but don't delay because once they're gone, then they're gone. Now, as I'm sure you've seen from the website, pilotstogether.org, we have 4 raffle draws this afternoon, each of them with a variety of unique, bespoke, and some money can't buy experiences. Some of our headline prizes include a Boeing 747 simulator, an Airbus A380 simulator, and a visit to NAT's Air Traffic Control Tower at Heathrow. We have an all expenses paid day out with travel expert, God Save the Points. We've got limited aviation prints, wine tasting experiences, signed books, and much, much more. Now, our draws are all named after a selection of the prizes. Up first, we have the Flying Scotsman draw, followed by the Queen's draw, then the Spitfire Sizzler, and finally the Top Gun Draw. During this afternoon, we're going to bring together leading aviation pundits, writers, well-known pilots, aircraft manufacturers, and some others for some light-hearted chat about all things travel and aviation, all of which in support for our pilots. So each raffle will be drawn at 52 minutes past the hour, and the results will be announced here on the live stream. So raffle A is going to be 4:52, raffle B 5:52, and so on. So as I'm sure you can imagine, it takes a huge amount of time, energy, expertise, and collaboration amongst our trustees and our volunteers to make all of this happen. And we're extremely lucky to have a motivated and dedicated team to help and steer and direct our efforts. Now, whilst the majority of the trustees are from the aviation sector, we are also incredibly lucky to have a chartered accountant, corporate and commercial lawyer, and a couple of marketing and advertising professionals all on our side. So I'd like to introduce you to one of our trustees and self-confessed AvGeeks, Steve. Steve's a marketing and advertising professional who's got more than 25 years experience building brands, strategies, and communication plans, delivering results for FTSE 100 and Fortune 100 companies. Now, as an American living in London, Steve is a frequent flyer, finding himself on an aircraft up to 150 times a year. He's a huge supporter of Pilots Together and has been one of the main driving forces behind all the media momentum that's been generated for today. So let me introduce Steve. Steve,
hey, Lindsay, how are you?
Thank you for joining us.
Pleasure.
So I'm going to kick off, Steve, with a few questions for our viewers. So first of all, what was your motivation for becoming a trustee?
Well, it's interesting, Lindsay. We've had a lot of conversations about this, and the world's a pretty tough place these days for lots of people. And I think, given the opportunity to help make a difference somewhere, I couldn't pass it up. Plus, a couple of the pilots that I know personally put the arm on me and said, "Hey, we really need some support." But it's a very worthy cause. I think, COVID has really impacted every aspect of work for us, not just in the aviation sector. People are in real need. And it was an opportunity I couldn't pass up to try to make a difference in some small way.
Great. And as a charity, when we're sort of canvassing support from the public, what do you think our biggest hurdle is? What's the biggest challenge?
Well, again, we're living in a word that everybody uses, unprecedented times. And I think there are lots of organizations and people out there that are looking for support. They need help. And, the public is inundated with these requests. I need a couple of quid here, a couple of quid there. And the question really is, where do you start to direct your efforts? The amazing thing is that, the public has been incredibly supportive in the outreach that we've done so far. You can see that, the numbers of donations are great. The raffle sales are great. But what I found most interesting is that the aviation community is such a tightly knit and supportive group. As we went out to people like Gilbert at God Save the Points and Darren at Aeroteaks and, Chris at Graphic 856 and all the others that donated, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, everybody, not one person said no. It was always a yes. How can I help? What can I do? And I think, we've got industry support, which is great. And, it's not just the financial support that we're looking for. It's the mental health counseling, the assets that we can, point people towards. It's the, transferable skills and the career realignment opportunities, all the things that we can do. But the public is being, I think, inundated with requests for help. And, we know that they can't help everywhere, but we do hope that they'll, take a look at us and give us a little bit of support where and how they can.
Sure. So how do you think as a charity we can measure our success?
Well, again, the easy metric is funds raised, right? I mean, the amount of money that comes in is a clear indicator of our success. I think, you and I both sit on the beneficiary committee, and so we've seen that we've already been able to make some distributions to people in need, which is fantastic. And I think, there are lots of ways to measure it, but ultimately, it's by the lack of requests that we get for support. I think as we're in the marketplace, raising funds and again, looking for mental health support and career support and all that, the fewer requests that we get over time, the better off we're doing because we're helping people move from urgent need to not. And our role as a charity and as trustees is really to help people bridge themselves from one opportunity to the next, right? To give them that support so that they're not falling through the cracks. And I guess ultimately it would be money raised, whether it's through direct donation, give as you earn, all that gift aid that we can collect. or through the charity raffle, which has been fantastic. And then the next is through the lack of requests.
Yeah, definitely. And one final thing, Steve, if you've got one message that you could give to our redundant pilots, what would that be?
I think, things look bleak. I get it. And, you're not alone. I think that's the most important bit, is that there are people out here who you know and who you don't, who are here to help. And I think, we don't want anyone to fall through the cracks. We don't want anybody to default on a flight loan, flight training loan or a mortgage, or not be able to put food on the table. And we can't solve everyone's problems, but we're doing our best to try to do that. You're not on your own. Again, I'll just leave you with this thought, Lindsay, and we'll talk again later, but it has been unbelievable to me to see the resilience that's been demonstrated by the people affected. It's been amazing to see the energy and the contribution from not just the trustees, but the people in the aviation community and outside the community. And again, I am incredibly, thankful and grateful to the general public. Av geeks out there who are interested in getting the 747 simulator session, which I've done, and it's amazing. I've done it. I know you do it for a living, but or a piece of art from Aerotiques. I've got my piece of Victor Golf, my window, behind me. But the people have been.
Have you got it there?
Yeah, sure, I do. I haven't hung it on the wall yet, but it's pretty impressive. There's the Victor Golf window piece. I don't know if you can see it. There it is.
No, we've got Aerotiques. We've got Aerotiques coming on later on, so that's a really good piece you've got there.
Yeah, and again, it's the energy from the community, the general public, the av geeks. But I can't, shout out again to Darren at Aerotiques for his support, and Gilbert at God Save the Points, and Chris from Graphic 856, from the team at Nats, and Paul. It's been amazing. Everybody has said yes. So as a trustee, I want to thank everyone. I hope everybody watches the live stream for the next couple of hours. I look forward to joining again in a little bit. And Lindsay, have a great session this afternoon.
Thanks very much. And Steve, you're going to come back for the raffle A draw, is that right? So we'll see you.
I will do.
40 minutes.
We'll see you in a bit.
Perfect. All right. We'll see you soon, Steve.
Talk soon. And thanks again, everybody.
Great. So tonight it's not just me that's going to be hosting. I've got my glamorous assistant that I'd like to introduce. Scott.
Hello, Lindsay. How are you? What a great intro to the show.
Thanks. You look very smart this evening.
Yeah, I made an effort just for you. Put a shirt on rather than a t-shirt, and my scruffy self, normal scruffy self. A brilliant intro to the show. Great intro. A great interview with Steve. And we've got a raffle coming up soon.
I know. So you can kick off, and I'll give a run as to what we've got for raffle A.
Perfect. You can still buy some tickets though, so don't forget. Raffle A will be drawn at 10 to the hour, the next hour almost. So you've still got about 40 minutes or so to buy some tickets if you want to. Lindsay, what have we got? Okay, so
raffle A, the Flying Scotsman, is our opening raffle. And it was named after our very own Flying Scotsman, which is you, Scott.
Whoa.
So this one is a strong opener. And like the other 4 draws, we've got 10 excellent prizes. So I think the raffle is going to be drawn at 16:52, and the winners are going to be announced live on the stream here. So the top prize for this draw, and I know this has caused some friction on Twitter, is an A380 simulator experience with Twitter royalty Dave Walsworth. And in fact,
sorry?
Yeah, some guy called Dave.
Oh, really? Is he popular on Twitter? Is he?
I don't know or not, but
no, not really.
Up-and-coming pilot, on Twitter.
Interesting.
And actually, Dave is hanging in the wings, so we're going to bring him on in just a few moments, and he's going to give us a rundown of what the winner can expect on the day. Now, we've also got some great AvGeek pictures and prints in this draw. So 23 Squadron have donated their anniversary print. They fly the AWACS up at RAF Waddington. We've got some cardboard bombers, which has been donated by Flight Vectors. So, if you want to sit at home and kind of put yourself in the aircraft, you can do that.
Done it many a time.
So the winner of that can choose whichever aircraft model that they want.
747.
We've got a really good 747 Braniff print by JP Santiago, which was of the orange 747 SP, which was the only one of its kind, and unsurprisingly was nicknamed Big Orange. We have a specially commissioned print of the 747 by Chris Burns from Graphics 856. Now, Chris collaborated with aviation photographer and pilot James Dinsdale. And they've got this really cool print. We'll talk about it later on.
I've seen it, but it's coming up later, Lindsay. In fact, I'm going to be speaking to Chris, I think, later with you. We've seen the print and how he managed to take it from the photo into this amazing sort of Art Deco-esque artwork. It's just amazing. So if you want to get into that draw, there is still time left for that draw, because that's one of the 34 minutes left in that draw if you want to get it.
Good, I had a good addition there, Scott. Now, if you want some stories of adventure, we've got a slipcase limited edition copy of Roland White's Vulcan 607, which has been signed by some of the crew. And we also have Pete Burkell's 30 Seconds to Impact, which is a story about the BA-38, which was a 777 flight that landed short of runway 27 left at Heathrow. Now, we've also, just speaking to Steve there, been able to secure a piece of aviation furniture from Aerotiques. So this is a lamp. It's been made out of a de Havilland Gypsy Major engine, and it's kind of a cylinder and a piston, and it's been fashioned into this lamp, and it is just the coolest looking thing. So we've got that to give away, and we'll be bringing Darren on the show later on. And then last but by no means least, we have a private wine tasting masterclass with the man known as the Israeli wine ambassador, Tal Sutherland Cohen. So, and we're lucky enough to invite Tal on, and he's going to give us a rundown of what the winner of that prize can expect as well. But up first, we have Airbus 380 turned 350 captain and Twitter superstar, Dave Walsworth. Dave, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Hey, Dave.
Who's that? Who's that guy over there?
Oh, this
Hello,
is someone
buddy.
called Scott. I don't know if you guys know each other, but Scott flies the Jumbo. I don't know if we need an introduction.
Used to.
That small 4-engine thing. Yeah, go on.
Stop it. Just for everyone who's watching and listening to this, Dave and I are actually good friends, and the banter is just good-natured in all of this. Dave, thanks for coming on. Lindsay's told us that we're going to be having a sim in the A380. In fact, a couple of opportunities to have a sim with you in this draw. This one, and we'll be speaking to you again later. But what's it like to fly the A380 sim, Dave? Tell us.
It's amazing. It's remarkably straightforward. You might think this huge, great aeroplane is going to be really difficult. Yeah, it's tricky. There's a lot to learn. But it flies beautifully well. It's really, really nice to fly, really nice to handle, and I'm sure anyone who comes and wins this prize is going to love it. And the nice thing is, they get to choose what we do.
So that was going to be one of my questions, Dave. So the person that wins, what's the format of the day, and what can they expect when they turn up outside the simulator block at Heathrow?
Well, we'll have a quick chat first about how you make the world get smaller and the world get bigger as you go up and down. But the main thing we're going to do is get people to do a few takeoffs, a few landings, but they can choose where we go. So if they want to fly around London, we'll fly around London. If you want to fly under the Golden Gate Bridge, we'll go and fly under the Golden Gate Bridge. So a bit different to the kind of things we normally do, which is where we're getting tested and checked. This is going to be a fun day out. This is going to be, right, here you are, sit in the seat, let's go. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
That sounds amazing, Dave. And actually, what we have got to be able to show people is about a 40-second video here of what it actually looks like. Because many people think it's a bit like a computer game. How real does it really look inside the sim? Well, we've got a little clip here, not of the 380, it's of another Airbus, one which you may recognise, coming in to land at Heathrow. So I'm just going to play the clip and let people see exactly what it's like to fly one of these sims.
Brilliant.
Hundred above. Minimum. $100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10.
And before anyone starts, that wasn't one of my landings. All right. So it was on the right-hand side of the runway, on the co-pilot side of the runway, but it definitely wasn't my landing. It looks amazing, doesn't it? Yeah. I think the graphics look amazing on these modern sims, and people don't really, I don't think, realize people are going to be able to bring a person along with them, so there'll be 2 people on this sim, which will be amazing. And hopefully they'll be able to take some videos and photos of themselves with you, Dave, and also flying the sim as well. We'll try and get some video of that for them. Sounds amazing. Is it? I mean, it's the biggest airplane in the world, really, Dave, in terms of passenger numbers. Are we going to see it in the sky again soon?
Sorry, Scott, you just broke up, was that?
Are we going to see the A380 in the sky again soon, do you think?
I think it'll come back sometime next year for BA. Yeah, hopefully before Easter, maybe. I think everybody's now getting a bit more enthusiastic. The prospect of a vaccine, etc., coming along. I think we'll be back soon. Whether they'll come back straight away, I'm not sure. But I think BA will bring them all back. It works well at Heathrow. It's a great aircraft for Heathrow Airport.
Yes. Sorry, go on, Lindsay.
And on a day for the sim, will it be full motion? Will the motion be on so that people can kind of feel what it's like to accelerate down the runway? And if they do a slightly firmer landing, they'll be able to feel that as well?
Yeah, well, I'll demonstrate one of those first. We'll get a nice firm landing in, and then people can improve on what I do. But yeah, as you both know, they're incredibly realistic. You very, very quickly, when you're in there, forget you're in a simulator. And especially on the kind of checks we do, where things start to go wrong as well, you just treat it like a real aeroplane. It feels like a real aeroplane. It lands pretty much like the real thing. So if you can land this simulator on the day where everybody in the flight decks had the fish, you could come in the front and land the aeroplane for everybody.
Wow, that's so good. And how long is the session?
I'm not sure, actually. I've been told that.
It's going to be. Yeah, sorry. I'll dig you out for the hole there that Lindsay's put you in, Dave. It's 2 hours, a 2-hour session. But obviously there'll be a bit of time before that for briefing, and a bit of time afterwards for a bit of a debriefing and some photographs. So we're kind of saying probably the whole day will probably take somewhere about 4 hours to get all sorted, which sounds fantastic. Actually, we've got some to talk about later about the better airplane simulator in that sim hall, the jumbo jet, Dave. Just in case you were wondering, Dave. What I want to do is I just want to talk a little bit about the place where we're going to go and see these things. I mean, the flight deck is amazing on the A380. We've got some photos of it, which I'm going to share. It's just phenomenal. It looks like a starship, Dave. Can you just kind of talk us through the flight deck for people who are aspiring to fly it?
Yeah. As complicated as it looks, it's actually based on every aeroplane that people will ever have seen flight deck of. So you've got the main instrument, which is the one you'll be able to see, which looks blue on the top and brown on the bottom. Always a good idea to keep it that way around. It avoids people spoiling the drinks. So you've got that right in front of you, and that tells you, am I going up? Am I going down? Am I banking left or right? On the left of that is what looks like a big computer monitor. That's exactly what it is. That connects to a laptop, and that's where we run lots of programs, things like our charts that we show on the aeroplane for approaches and landings, how to get in and out of airports, the maps on the ground, and also our route maps in flight, and lots of calculators on there for aircraft performance. So that's where we calculate the takeoff speeds, the landing speeds, that kind of thing. Across the center, you might be able to see 4 small dials. Those are the engine dials. And right below those are the thrust levers. And as in all airplanes, the further forward that goes, the louder it gets, the faster you go. It's then all duplicated on the other side, so we can both fly the airplane. Captain flies the left hand, co-pilot flies the right hand. People often ask, is it difficult to switch from one side to the other? It's amazingly easy. You very, very quickly forget which hand you're flying with. You just look out the window, look at the instruments, and fly the airplane. and you don't really think about it. And then above you, all the system switches, most of which we don't touch very much apart from when we're first setting the aeroplane up. So those systems, turn the systems on, and then if anything goes wrong with them, they're where we control the systems and turn things on off as required.
Dave, thanks. But you've talked about, you know, the swapping sides, but I know you used to fly the 737, which had a yoke between your legs there. Did you find it difficult? And I know you flew the 318, the 320 family as well before this, but did you find it difficult to transition from the yoke to the side stick? Because many people might find it hard to fly with the side stick.
It's not actually, no. And if you think about it, although it looks to be in a slightly different place, when you're sat normally on an airplane that's got a yoke between your knees, you sit with your hands like this in the controls. But as a captain, you'd fly it with one hand and your other hand would be on the thrust levers. All you've done in this case is you've moved this hand here from up on the control column here down a bit to the left. So it's not actually gone very far at all. So you're actually in a very, very similar flying position. It's slightly different in the way it operates. I personally prefer the Airbus. Some people don't, like yourself maybe. But you get used to it very, very quickly indeed.
I say, Dave, I'm going to let you into a little secret. I'm a convert. Having flown the A350 now for just over a year. And I'll tell you, the biggest thing that's converted me is the only thing that we haven't discussed, actually, that's available on this flight deck that traditionally isn't available on ones where you have a yoke between your legs. And that's the keyboard, which you use for entry onto all those things. But when the keyboard is flapped away, it provides a fantastic table for something you and I both have a massive love of, and that's eating. So I think the table is the best bit in all of this. Dave, I want to talk a little bit about sorry, go on.
I was just going to say the thing about the table. What it converts it for me is an airplane with a control column between your knees. In some ways, you still feel like you're sat on the flight deck of an aeroplane. You're still definitely in an aeroplane flying it. When you've got a table in front of you, you're suddenly flying an office because you turn it into a desk.
Yeah, it is very true.
Any bits of paperwork you need, if there are any problems, you can get books out, manuals out, iPads out. You've got somewhere to put them, but you are now flying a desk, and it's just a nice, comfortable environment, I think.
Dave, the last thing I want to just talk a little bit about is many people won't know where this is. It's at London Heathrow, and in what we call the Global Learning Academy. And I'd like to thank British Airways for donating these simulators to the PilotsTogether charity. It was very kind of them. Dave, does this place fill you full of dread when you normally come here? Is it going to be a great day when they come here?
I've got a hot flush just looking at this place.
It's going to be a fantastic day. Thankfully, I've been going into this place and the previous one for quite a few years now. So I'm not quite as scared as I used to be, not quite as scared as when I was brand new. And don't tell the chief instructors, but I actually quite enjoy it these days. I enjoy going in there. It gives us a chance to practice things. And it's also a good opportunity to just hone our skills and give everybody the confidence that if something was to happen on the day, which is a bit unusual, we know how to deal with it.
That's true, Dave. I'll tell you a little story that I gave away a couple of weeks ago, just before we go, is that actually I'm so nervous when I go into that place. I was actually sick in the car park less than a year ago when I was going to do a sim. So it's the dread and the stress of the place, even at my age, fills me full of that anxiousness. Dave, thanks so much for coming on. We are going to see you later, aren't we? And hopefully you'll find out who the winner is now in about 23 minutes time. Be fantastic.
Yeah, find out who my first victim is. That'll be good.
Dave, thanks very much for coming on, and we will see you later. Cheers, Dave.
See you later.
Wow, Lindsay, that's going to be amazing for someone, isn't it?
Cool. So up next, for one of our other prizes in this draw, we have Tal Sunderland Cohen, and he's the man known as the Israeli wine ambassador. and he's very generously donated his prize of a private wine tasting masterclass. So let me bring Tal onto the show. Tal,
Hey, hello.
how are you? Well, I see you're fully prepared with some
Oh
wine.
goodness!
I
I
must.
feel, Tal, I feel left out.
Oh,
After
there
dinner,
you
I'm
go.
afraid. Cheers.
Cheers. L'chaim, as we say.
So, first of all, just give our viewers a kind of background to yourself, and then also give us a rundown of what this masterclass involves. That's it. Wet the palate first.
Well, I'm a wine expert for many years. I teach, I write, I wrote books about wines. I acting as the Israeli wine ambassador. I am a judge in wine competition. So all my life around wines, sometimes beers. Also, I love beers and spirits. And I actually do a lot of webinars, seminars, master classes, family events. People invite me to their house. Organization invite me to do kind of an evening with tasting. So what we're going to do, actually, we're going to do two things at once. First of all, I'm going to introduce to the amazing of the Israeli wine world, because there are not many people that know that Israel is a wine manufacturer, and not many people know how amazing, really amazing, the Israeli wines are. So it's a chance to learn about Israeli wine. But the second thing, we're going to learn everything about how to taste wine professionally, how to recognize fault, how to know how to assess, everything to do with wine culture. What are the right glasses? When do we want to decant the wine? How do we choose wine from a wine menu in a restaurant? So many things. So it's like a full evening that we can learn about wine. And of course, we're going to taste some of our best. I'm saving some of the best Israeli wines just for that. Just for that.
So when it comes to glass selection, I would just normally go for the biggest one. I don't know about Scott, but I would go for the largest glass on offer and hope that I could fill it.
Well, there are different glasses to each variety of the wine. There are special wines for wines coming from Burgundy. There are special wines, different wines coming from Bordeaux or Alsace wine, white wine. Even a Chardonnay has his own wine. So it's and the taste is different. The aromas are different. It's actually, the wine taste is changing with every glass you taste. So it's incredible. It's a world of how to taste the wine professionally.
Wow. Okay. So give me a rundown. If I was the winner of the prize, what would I expect on the day? How does the day run? What's the format?
Well, first of all, I can come to your house. I mean, it depends how we're going to do, but I can come to your place. You get around some friends, family. I'm coming with the wines. I will come with the glasses, so you don't have to prepare anything. This is one thing. Second, we're going to have a chat. What is your education about wine? How do you know? So I can level myself, and then we speak about wine. I mean, we start with Israeli wine history a bit. People will be amazed that we are making wine for over 6,000 years. And when you think even about biblical time, like King David and King Solomon, over there in Israel, there we were planting vines and drinking wines. So I'll bring wines from the Galilee area and Judean hills, and even from our desert. We'll do some tasting along with the education. Now, if you really, really want to make it a festive event, make a dinner. I'll come while you do a dinner. We'll match wine and food together. We'll speak. We'll have all evening together, eating, drinking, getting knowledge, getting tips. It's going to be amazing.
Wow, that sounds amazing. And is it red wine, white wine, bit of both, mixture of?
Yes. Sparkling wine, white wine, red wine, rosé wine, dessert wine. I'll bring everything.
Okay, cool. And the people or the person that wins, do they have to prep for anything, or is it just a case of you turn up and you're fully prepared, you've got everything that they need?
Maybe a parking near the house, but otherwise fine. Otherwise fine. Everything. You don't have to worry.
Tal, it sounds amazing. I be honest with you, I hadn't heard of Israeli wines, and your wife Helen, who is a trustee of the charity, very kindly pointed me in the right direction of some, and I actually went and had a look, and there are some amazing Israeli wines. Some of the top wines in Europe. Well, I know you're not technically in Europe, but are Israeli wines in terms of best selling. These were just a small sample of the ones that I could find online. It sounds truly amazing. It's a shame I couldn't buy any tickets and have one myself. In fact,
I drink
the one you're drinking the one
yeah.
that's on the thing. Oh, Snap.
Yeah.
Well, you'll have to send Lindsay and I a bottle via courier now so that we can sample it. Yeah, I'll send the address in the chat. It sounds amazing. Sounds amazing.
Yes.
In fact,
Israeli wine is the new thing at the moment for a lot of places. I mean, you can find Israeli wines all over the world. I today had a call from Dubai. They want to order some Israeli wines, and they want me to come and lecture about Israeli wine. So it's happening. This is the hottest thing. This is the in thing at the moment in wine all over the world.
In fact, there's one of our commenters here from Periscope says they work in Oman, and there are some fabulous undiscovered Jordanian and Israeli wines out there. Again, Jordan, another place that you would just not think about wine, as well as Israel. Tal, it's been absolutely amazing having you on. We'll find out in, well, getting very close to 22 minutes now, who will be hosting you for this wine tasting. It sounds absolutely amazing.
Just before you go, Tal and Scott, I've got this glass here, Tal. No, this is a glass that Scott gifted to me, which is a wine glass with no, what would you call it? Like a stem or a stop?
Yeah, no stem.
Very on trend. I don't know how practical it is, but
it's a chic one. It's a chic glass. It's very fashionable. It's very in. I less like it because once, if you have a white wine and it's supposed to be cold, once you hold it, you actually warm the glass.
Oh, okay.
And you don't want to warm the glass. That's why you have the stem. You hold it by the stem, and then you keep the temperature of the wine the right temperature without heating it with your hands.
Great.
But it's cool, you know? If you drink it quickly enough, no worries about the temperature.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time today. It's been great to speak to you.
My pleasure.
And thank you.
Lovely to meet you. And our best both to Helen. Hopefully we'll speak to you later.
I will. Thank you.
Bye. Wow. Getting drunk on stream. That's exactly what we need, Lindsay. I see you're on it already. If there's anybody in my household watching, I quite like a bourbon up here if you can sort it out. I seem to be the only one who doesn't have a small imbibement and that is unusual for me, Lindsay, as you know. What's coming up next, Linz?
So we have Darren from Aerotiques coming up. So let me just bring in Darren. Darren, hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us.
Pleasure.
Now, Scott, do you have a picture of the really cool lamp that Darren's managed to create for us?
As if by magic, I have.
So, Darren, can you just give us a quick rundown of how you made this lamp, what aircraft it's from, and the kind of process that goes into getting an aircraft and the sort of transformation to having it sat on the table?
Yeah, of course. Well, this is a Gypsy Major engine, so one of 4 cylinders that we acquired in a job lot of scrapped airplane parts, and that's what we do quite often. It's in a pretty poor condition, so it's been sandblasted and then it's been painted. Then we kind of modified things a bit to make sure the piston comes through the top and gets above top dead center. Put on a nice solid oak base and turned it into a light. But it's just kind of what we do, really. Anything aeronautical is going to look good and it's going to be made from quality materials. So transforming them into kind of functional things is it's not always that difficult, and it's great fun.
And how long did this particular item take you?
In terms of stripping down, sandblasting, painting, the modifications, a little bit of machining to get the piston to fit, there's probably 4 or 5 days worth of work there altogether.
Wow. Okay.
Wow. No, sounds amazing. And as you know, Darren, I've tried to buy many a thing from your store, but unfortunately, my credit card is controlled by my wife because I can't be trusted with money. And otherwise, I would have a house full of stuff like this. It's absolutely beautiful. At the moment, I imagine the demand for Gypsy stuff isn't great, but there is a huge demand, as we all know, for 747 stuff. Lindsay and I's favorite subject. What's going on with all the 747 stuff? I mean, it must be in huge demand at the moment.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, obviously, COVID has brought forward the retirement of both the BA and the Virgin fleets, and everybody wants a piece of the Queen of the Skies, understandably. So the situation for us is that so far we've kind of gone through about 1.5 747 fuselages, which is a staggering amount of metal. And at the moment we're featuring as you've shown on the screen there, the fuselage sections. We'll make those into wall art and we'll make them into clocks. But we've got other plans for other pieces too. We don't want anything to go to waste. And in fact, we just over the last few days we've had our first batch of cast cufflinks from Golf Charlie India Victor Mike BA 747 that scrapped a few months back. So cufflinks and desktop models. We want to make sure that we get to do something cool with everything. These incredible machines that have had an amazing career. So many people have flown them. So many people have flown on them. And again, that's been part of this journey for us. Hearing people's stories, hearing the affection with which the aircraft is held, the regard in which it's held, it's been fascinating. And for a lifelong av geek like me, it's been an added bonus really to the business side of what we're doing to know that our pieces are going to people who have a genuine love for the aircraft, and will have that little piece of it to live on in their homes.
Well, in fact, we know that Steve, who I might bring back in a second, actually has one of these already in his home. In fact, we'll just bring. We know Steve is hiding in the wings, so we'll bring Steve back in. Steve, hi again. Very quickly, you've got one of these in your home, haven't you?
I do.
Why did you buy it? Well, I mean, what's it? What's the attraction? What's that connection to the jumbo for you?
Yeah, so first of all, I've always admired the stuff that Aerotiques does. I think it's fantastic, and I love aviation art. And as Lindsay said at the beginning, I'm an av geek, right? So cool. And as a kid, my first flights were on the BOAC jumbos and the Pan Am jumbos, and I've had a love affair with that airplane since almost its creation. Joe Sutter's Folly turned out to be a great thing. And as an American living in London, most of my international travel was with British Airways on a jumbo. If I could pick it, I did, and I think I flew on all but 3 of those that were in the fleet in the 400 series. And quite a lot. And when I ran into Aerotiques and Darren, and I had a chat about some stuff, and an opportunity came up. I have it here, as I showed it earlier. I have it sitting here. I haven't hung it on the wall yet because I have to find a place of honor for it. I got a single window piece, but I was thinking about getting the triple. But I just think there's a connection to aviation travel, the excitement that comes with owning a piece of history. And if you think about aircraft that have changed the world, the 747 did. It democratized air travel. It changed the way people experienced life. And to have a piece of that in your home as a touchstone is amazing. And in fact, Darren, I don't know which part of the airplane you cut this from, but I flew on Victor Golf about 6 or 7 times. I flew upstairs, I flew downstairs, and I'm hoping it's from one of the windows I was near, but who knows?
Yours was, I'll need to check, but I'm pretty sure yours is downstairs business, just forward of the leading edge, so you're probably in the right place.
That would be too far back in the plane for Steve.
Exactly.
Yeah. No,
but
Steve,
just before I go, Scotty, just a comment. I think again, what Darren does is art. and it's beautiful, and it's so well crafted, and it's a piece that you are proud to put on display in your home. And I haven't hung it, as I said, because I don't know the right place yet, but it's one of those things that I don't want hidden away. I want everybody to see it. So Darren, thanks for all that hard work. It's fantastic.
It's as I say, it's genuinely a pleasure, particularly when people like yourself, Steve, and so many others have got that connection to it, and just appreciate it that little bit more because it's a part of their history, part of their lives. And one of our clients said to us, people who've had dream holidays, met partners, done all sorts of things, it's been associated with air travel and the 747. And when you think about it in those terms, it joins the dots of history. And it's terribly sad that we're in this situation with the jumbo having retired early, and of course the consequences that the industry is facing, and the reason that we're here today to raise money for you guys to support those who really need it the most through this is it's a game changer for the industry. I'm confident that we will see a bounce back. I think we'll see a refined bounce back. Hopefully it'll happen as soon as we possibly can and get things in some way, shape or form back to normal. But in the interim, if we can save those little tiny bits and give those people memories back, then that's what we're here for.
Sounds amazing. Darren, thank you so much for your support as well. Don't go just yet. But Steve, thanks for showing us your window. And Lindsay and I will speak to you again in a minute. Darren, it's amazing. I've got one comment just to put up here, and then I know Lindsay's got some questions for you. It's I don't know if you've heard of mentor pilot Peter. Has a huge following on social media. He said, I must have one of those windows. So Peter, if you're still watching, Darren will take sponsorship and money from you as well. So there's nothing for nothing. And Peter, get buying tickets on our website. You can still buy tickets. This draw isn't finished yet. It's got a couple of minutes left. Just looking at the counter, it says 4 minutes and 22 seconds. If anybody's interested of this draw left, get your tickets now if you want to buy. You want to get a chance of winning this amazing lamp. Lindsay.
Darren, I see some pieces just behind you in the background. So
yeah, I rushed into the workshop this afternoon and had a mad tidy around because I didn't realise what a complete disaster area it was. So I'm not showing you the other side of the office at the moment, but behind me some nice shiny stuff, that's for sure.
So when you see an aircraft, how do you sort of come up with the ideas of what you're going to make? What's the inspiration for, I'm going to make a wine rack, or I'm going to do a keyring, or I'm going to give the window? Sort of how do you decide what you're going to convert the aircraft into?
Well, I wish I could take most of the credit for that, but I can't. My business partner, who's also called Darren, which is sometimes good, sometimes bad for the business because we can just blame each other and get away with it. He's one of these people who is naturally talented, he's all sorts of skill set, and just that eye for design. And I'll hear him bashing and banging around up on the mezzanine, and he'll emerge 20 minutes later with a piece of scrap aeroplane and say, we're going to do this with it. And invariably, it's something cool. I have my input, mostly making tea and coffee and sweeping the floor and stuff like that. But as I said, anything from an airplane, it's going to be sleek, it's going to be aerodynamic, it's going to be made with high quality, good materials. And inevitably that leads you down the line of something that looks good. And we've also found quite a few clients. I remember speaking to a lady for some time at an exhibition about a propeller probably like the ones you can see behind me, mounted on a wooden base, and she said, I love the shape, I love the way it catches the light. And then at the end of the conversation she actually said to me, so what is it? And she had no idea, no concept, had to point to an aeroplane that was parked nearby. So it's one of those, oh yeah, I get it now. So it wasn't the aviation side of things for her. It was the beauty of the design and the shape of the engineering. And as Steve said, engineering by default is art. It is. And you just have, as I say, sometimes you look at something and think, yeah, that'd be cool. And then it's the odd stuff too, like bottle openers from turbine blades. And
yeah, they look cool. I saw those on the website. They look really good.
At the moment, with so much 747 work going on, we haven't had the time to develop many new products and many other bits and pieces. But there are so many unfinished projects out in the workshop at the moment, and I'm just looking forward to getting back to tinkering away with stuff, really.
And what's been your sort of proudest piece? What's been the item that you've been kind of the proudest to make and then to sell on?
My favourite, without doubt, is a Boeing from a different era. We made a board table from Boeing Stearman wing.
Okay.
In my former life, I was the operations director at the airport here at Gloucestershire at Staverton, and there'd been a wing of a Stearman languishing in the back of the hangar for a decade or more, following a ground loop, minor incident. Wing was damaged, aircraft was repaired and flew again, but the wing had sat at the back of the hangar. And I spoke to the owner and said, "Look, we're going to have to shift this at some point." And he said, "Oh, yeah, just take it away, just take it away. I just need the furniture back." And sure enough, we took it away. We stripped the fabric off. And we had a plan to come up with some sort of kind of contemporary finish for the table. When we peeled the fabric off and saw the woodwork and saw the greasy fingerprints in the varnish, we thought, no, there's a little piece of history here. Yeah. So we stripped it down, constructed some legs for it, and had a huge piece of glass, 10-foot long piece of glass that weighs 180 kilos. To put on top of it, and it's a board table or a dining room table. It's just recently come back to the workshop. Actually, it'd been down on loan to a business at Farnborough, but it's back with us now. So it'll have some TLC and then go back out for sale. But when you just step back from something like that and think, "Wow, that's cool," and knowing what it was is just, yeah, it's great. This isn't a job. We just get to tinker around with cool stuff.
Yeah, awesome, brilliant. And I've just got one final question, Scott. Have I got time?
You've got loads of time, actually, Lindsay, and then I've got one question, a last one.
Okay, so last question from me is: when people go to your website, the stuff that's on the website, obviously that's stuff that they can purchase. Do you ever take sort of any special requests, or if somebody's got inspiration, they think, "Do you know what, I'd really love this"? Are you able to try and engineer and make it for me? Is that an option for people to do as well?
Yeah, without doubt. I would say over the last year or so, the bulk of our work has been commission pieces. And even with the 747s, we tend to etch the window panes. Let me see if I can show you one here. I don't know if this will work. So that's the window from a 747. And we've got the airframe details and everything etched on there. And people have included their service dates, their flight numbers, various sectors that they've flown. So we can always personalize things. And we've had people contact us and say, "I've got this bit of an airplane lurking in my shed, can you do something with it?" And yeah, we love that type of challenge. We're often working with the clients to just make their idea become a reality. So yeah, without a doubt, we love doing that stuff.
Perfect.
Sounds amazing. I'm really interested, Darren, in the cufflinks you're doing, because it is coming up to Christmas, and I know that Sharon is watching this. So do you have an example of those?
There we go. There's a cufflink. I'm not sure this will work on the an iPhone cast from the fuselage of Victor Mike, and as I say, we've been mounting those in these kind of little plastic holders with a broadly recognizable color scheme, and yeah, they've proven really popular in the last kind of 24 hours or so. We've teamed up with a company called Icarus Originals to do those. Those guys are fantastic. They've done lots of similar aeroplanes like that, but they contacted us and said, "Let's do something with the 747." We've worked together, and I think it'll be the start of many other projects. We've got lots and lots of offcuts from a lot of the BA fleet that's been scrapped, and Virgin too. So there'll be some Virgin ones coming through in the not too distant future.
Wow, sounds absolutely amazing. Darren, just for me and just for clarity for Mrs. Bateman, if we were to make an investment or planning on making an investment, how much would something like that cost?
Do you want the real figure or the Sharon figure? Which one am I supposed to say?
No, the Sharon figure.
The cufflinks are $129.99, and the desktop models are $49.99. Which is definitely within the stocking filling budget, I would think. Is that right, Sharon?
I think so. And if Sharon's listening, I only paid 20 quid for both of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But Darren,
I'll back you up.
Darren, thank you so much for coming on. It's been amazing
Pleasure.
to hear about your stuff. And I know you're a huge supporter of the charity and pilots in general. We really appreciate your support, and I know that you'll support the charity moving forwards as well. And hopefully we'll find a new owner for your Gypsy lamp in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Pleasure to help.
Darren, thanks. Bye. Wow, Lindsay, that's amazing. He's making a fortune out of our old airplanes. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've heard from Raffle Draw HQ. They've been WhatsApping me, and currently the website has been totally overwhelmed, which means that they're unable to do the live draw for the current raffle, which is a bit of a pain. But what we will do is we'll move on. We'll have a little chat with Steve. Let's bring Steve back in and have a chat with Steve. And then, hi, Steve. And then what we can do is we can fill just now, allow the IT people to sort out the problem with the website. It's a good problem to have, though, is that it's been overwhelmed by people buying tickets, which is amazing. But that draw is now finished. So Draw has actually finished, and you won't be able to buy any more tickets for that. The draw has been made. I just can't see who the winners are on the live stream at the moment because the website is overwhelmed. But we will come back to that possibly in the next hour. At the top of the next hour, when we do the Raffle B draw, we'll give you the Raffle A winners as well, if we don't get them before that. But welcome back, Steve.
Good to be back. How's everybody doing? You holding up okay?
Yeah,
you guys have been amazing.
Seems like just a couple of minutes since we saw you last.
Yeah, but you guys are doing a great job. I hope there's a bunch of people watching. It's a great cause, and hopefully they'll put up with some of the technical difficulties, but we'll get through the raffle stuff for them.
We've just had a massive jump in watching numbers, which probably means that they're all watching to see what the raffle prizes are going to be and see what they've won. And they're going to be hugely disappointed that we've been overwhelmed. The IT has not let us down. It's just been overwhelmed by the number of people trying to buy tickets, which, as I say, is an amazing thing. What have we got coming up in the next hour, Lindsay? Because it's me and what's that bloke called?
In fact, he's waiting he's literally waiting in the wings here as well. I've got him on standby.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Oh, he's clinked a glass on his way in, which is always a good sign.
Oh my goodness. Hello. Oh, the gang's all here. Look at this. The gang is all here.
Did you bring enough beverages for all of us?
It's like the A-team.
So, Steve, when I spoke to you earlier, is it 150 times a year typically that you travel back and forth?
Yeah, every year depends. I mean, you know, it's one of those things. I work in a business where you want to be out with your customers, out with your clients. And so, you know, it could average 150 days. It depends. But I would run into people like Mark in the airport. Scotty has flown me back from cities across the world. It's been great. You know, I love travel. I love meeting people. I love aviation. And, you know, for me, T5 was like a second home. You know, if I'm not in it, I'm going there tomorrow. Actually, I'm flying to New York, and it'll be the first time I've flown. I think this year it'll be my 8th flight, which is, you know, I've been grounded like this in 25 years. It's just extraordinary.
Wow, Steve, I'm going to tell that. Sorry, I'm going to tell a little story now because I've got a picture I'm going to share here. So you talked about you and I going on flights together. I flew you back from LA once. And you and I and your beautiful wife, who was very tolerant that afternoon, we went to the very, very, very famous In-N-Out burger, where we bought a burger. No, we didn't buy a burger. Just to recap, we didn't buy any food.
We only had 2 Diet Cokes, which is amazing. We should have had double-doubles.
We didn't buy any food. And here's the story. So we had a hire car, a silver sedan type car. I can't remember what type it was. So Steve and I went off and we filmed the jumbo landing, and we had some cool videos, and we'd taken photos of ourselves with aircraft. It was a proper AvGeek fest. And then Steve and I went back to the car, put our Cokes on top of the car, couldn't get in the bloody car. I thought, what is going on here? And there's this woman in this other car down the street honking the horn. I thought, what the freaking hell is that? So we're trying to break into somebody's car that isn't ours. We put Coke on the roof, and we've been standing there chatting for ages. And Steve's wife, Kathleen, is in the other car honking the horn and saying, "Get away from the car! Get away from the car!" No, it was actually quite funny. We had and I had the pleasure of flying Steve home from LA about a couple of hours later.
And Scott, and just point out, you greased the landing on that one. That one, it was not a hard landing. You nailed it. It was great.
What's this thing with me and hard landings? People seem
I don't know. But I think, you know, Scotty, it's a great story, and we had a lot of fun. And I think, you know, it goes back to my point about the aviation community. I think, you know, you make good friends. There's a lot of support from people. And there are people who are at the In-N-Out Burger in LA. They're at the Hill here in Heathrow, and they all want to contribute and help. And we're grateful for their support.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I love the fact that people just like looking at airplanes. We really welcome all of those enthusiastic folk. Whether you can get on one and spend a lot of money flying on one, or fly one yourself, or just take some awesome photos, or just be there and be enthusiastic. I think it's all.
Well, Mark, your point about photography. You're a fantastic aviation photographer. You just showed us your ME that you had from your youth, which is a fantastic camera. But I think you're right. People touch the hobby or the space in some different way. And we've seen through, Pilots Together and through the Av Geeks and all sorts of places, people contributing their photos for prints to share here. And I know that James, who's a pilot, was contributing. And you're right. It stretches across the globe in so many ways. It's just fantastic.
Yeah. And have we spoken about Steve's obsession with model airplanes?
Let's save that for another time.
It's just unbelievable.
I think we should talk about it now. Actually, I think we should talk about it now. Steve, come on, fess up. If you're going to get me on hard landings, we're going to get you on model airplanes. Come on.
Well, the reason it's relevant is because it's a connection that goes right back to, well, as long as you've been able to say the word, well, I guess airplane would be the American way.
Yeah, so I guess by admission, I'm an Av geek at heart. Nice beer, cheers. And I've been collecting toy airplanes since I was 1. My dad started a collection for me, and I have nearly 5,000 toy airplanes now. My wife is incredibly tolerant. You can see I've got planes over my head. I've got planes over there. I've got hundreds of them on the shelves here. But the preponderance of my collection is locked up in storage in the States, because when we moved to the UK 10 years ago, I wasn't going to bring them with me. So at some stage when I move home, it'll be like Christmas Day all over again, 5,000 times opening them up in the memories. But, there's a lot of people out there like me. We love collecting, travel agent models, the ones that, had the clear sides and you could see the seats that you used to see in the shop fronts. There's the A380 at Waterside. I'm trying to steal that out of the building. I'm not saying anyway, I know might have tried that. But I'd love to have that kind of stuff. But I do have stuff that ranges from, 1/500 scale to 1/40th, 1/25th scale. So massive collection. Yeah.
Yeah. It's brilliant.
I can just tell you that if you try to lift that A380, somebody told me once that it was so heavy that it'd take maybe 4 or 5 of you. And if you tip it over to one side, apparently the wings come off.
Yep. Yeah. And it's also not an inexpensive model. That's got to be something like 50 grand. I heard some crazy amount of money.
Closer to 80, I'm reliably informed.
Yeah.
Steve,
somebody dismantling it and it had to move somewhere, and it has its own enormous, great wooden box with insects and things. It's very well cared for.
Steve, can I just interject for a second and ask everyone who's watching, if you are trying to buy tickets, can we please just ask for the next 5 minutes that nobody goes onto the website? The IT people are trying to fix it, but they've been overwhelmed by people trying to buy tickets at the same time that they're trying to fix it, and they can't do both at once. So if we could just please... please ask people for a couple of minutes just to stop buying tickets until 10 past the hour. If you could just stop for 5 minutes buying tickets and accessing the website, that would greatly help us as we try to fix that. Thanks very much. Steve, we're into the next hour. We've overrun, which is fantastic because I'm going to
let you get on with it. I'm here if you need me, but I just want to say to everybody watching again, thank you. There's some amazing prizes. I mean, I got to be honest. I've done the simulators and they're incredible. I've been up in the Nats Tower at Heathrow. It's incredible. I've seen the artwork that we're giving away. It's incredible. So stay tuned, stick with us, and thank you for your support. And Lindsay, great job. Scotty, great job. Mark, you're on to the next hour.
Hey, and Steve, thanks very much. And talking about simulators, that's what we're going to talk about next, Lindsay.
So, raffle B, the Queen's Draw, named after the iconic 747. And did anybody see the sort of second to last BA flight yesterday?
Oh my God, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
Was it to Dunsfold?
Dunsfold, yeah.
Yeah. I did have a little cry as it flew over the house.
So from my understanding, it's by like an aviation filming company and say from the scrapyard.
Yeah. They have a couple. In fact, they've been there for years, haven't they, doing aviation filming, and they've got some amazing stuff. But now they've got 2 jumbos to film on, which is absolutely awesome. And the fact that people will be able to see it as well and go around it and touch it, and I think that's just amazing. Unlike the ones which are at Kemble, with the exception of the Negus one, which are all going to be cut up, sadly.
So top prize for the Queen's Draw, Scott and I will be hosting you for a 2-hour simulator session at Heathrow. Scott, what can our lucky winner, victim, what can they expect on the day?
Well, Lindsay, before we go into that, I've just seen a comment which I have to bring up, which I think is absolute class. And I know who this is, and I won't say his real name, but that just says it all to me.
I'm getting
Right, I'm getting rid of it now. The person is going to be much better than Dave Walsworth's sim, just to kick that off. Yeah, it's going to be amazing. We're going to bring the people in, the lucky 2, and we've got another sim with another 2 later. They're going to have 2 hours with you and I in the simulator. And what we're going to do is we're going to allow them to choose where they want to go. We're going to tell them a little bit before they go in. We'll ask them where they want to go. We'll brief them in a little briefing room, COVID safe briefing room, with what we're going to do on the day, where they want to go, the vagaries of where we're going to go. Then we're going to go into the simulator itself, full motion simulator. BA is one of the few to have jumbo 747-400 simulator still. And we'll take him in and we'll show him how the Queen flies. And I think the big thing that people will notice is how high you are off the ground when you're taxiing around in this 747. I don't know about you, Lindsay, but the first time I sat in it, I thought, oh my goodness.
Well, I have been on the Airbus, so it was a considerable step up to the Airbus window.
Yeah, I don't know whether you were around when we had Creambank in British Airways, but there was on the outside of the building in Creambank there used to be 2 little discs which showed the eye height of a 747 when you were taxiing around and when you were landing, and the disc for your eye height when you were landing was above the 3rd story of the building. So when the main gear's touching down, you're still 3 and a bit stories in the air, and I think the first time you land a jumbo, you go, "Are we down?" Yeah.
Well, we were definitely down. But we'll do a little bit of coaching, won't we? We'll give them a bit of tuition. We'll help them out. We'll do some takeoffs. We'll do some sort of general handling, and then we'll do some landing as well. And they can, as you say, they can choose where they want to fly to. We can set all that up for them.
And what do you think the most surprising thing people learn when they come into the simulator? I'm sure you've taken people in the sim before. What do you think the surprises for people?
I think people are surprised really how responsive, particularly the 747 is. I think they think that it's good. Having flown, if they've had any flying experience, even on a flight simulator on a computer, they seem to think, well, a little airplane, it has no real feel to it. They think that they're going to have to heft this big airplane around. And actually, the big thing for me, even when I started, and I think anybody who flies an airplane will think, wow, it's so light to fly. And so responsive. I mean, I know you've both flown the jumbo and the sim. It's so responsive to fly. It's like a 172. It will roll rate like a 172. It's an amazing aeroplane. And I think the impression of speed that you get, particularly when you're low to the ground, you just don't get that with a flight simulator on a computer, because you don't have that peripheral vision that you will get in this simulator, because the side windows as well as the front windows will give you photorealistic imagery, so it's all stitched together so it looks very real. It's
going to be awesome. I'm so excited.
It will be awesome. I'm really excited as well, and we might even get them to show them some emergencies when we'll cut some engines on them, Lindsay, and we'll put them through the paces and maybe give them a license at the end. We'll see how they get on.
So from one end of the aviation spectrum, in this draw, we've got the 747 sim to the other end, which is a flight with Mark in the Cub. So we'll talk to Mark a little bit later in the hour about what people can expect who win a flight with him. For those people who are sort of involved in general aviation, they might notice that paper charts are becoming a thing of the past, and people are swapping in for electronic flight bags. However, one of the prizes in this draw is an AirAd Concorde chart, which was used by the Concorde pilots as they crossed the Atlantic. Now, I don't know about you, Scott, but when I was crossing the Atlantic, it took me a good couple of hours to have my breakfast or my dinner or my lunch at the very least. And the record for Concorde crossing was 2 hours and 52 minutes. So how they had time to plot on these charts, let alone have their lunch and do any other checks they needed to do, is mind-blowing.
I wouldn't have even had my breakfast, lunch, and dinner by then.
So
I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. And we're very, very fortunate to get this chart. But the chart itself is signed by
Mike Bannister.
Who was?
He was Chief Pilot Concorde.
We've got one of our trustees, Katie. She's going to be coming on very shortly, in fact, in a few minutes' time, to talk about the chart and a little bit of history about it as well. So other prizes in this draw, we've got some really good aviation pictures and prints. One in particular from Lisa Harding, who's kind of a warbird and Red Arrow, sort of that's her main subjects to take pictures of.
Yeah, awesome pictures.
So the picture that she's donated is the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Lancaster and the Canadian Lancaster flying down Derwent Valley in close formation. It looks really good. Lisa's given me a heads up of the picture, so that'll be one to win. We've got some limited edition prints from Graphics 856, which was a collaboration with pilot James Dinsdale, and we're going to have a little bit more information on that later in the show. We've got the cardboard bombers. Again, the winner's able to pick the flight deck of their choice. And we've got a print of the Avianca Columbia 707 by JP Santiago. So that's going to be quite cool as well. We've also managed to get a Lockheed Martin F-35 model. I don't know if you've seen that, Scott. That's really cool. We've actually got John Nielsen, who's the head of communications for Lockheed. He's going to come on later in the show and give us some more information. And if you're one of those people that, like Mark, look skyward every time an aircraft goes overhead, then we've got a Flight Radar 24 Gold subscription package, which is also up for grabs. And finally, in the Queen's Draw, we've got a happy hour with Gilbert Ott, who's one of the world-leading travel experts. He's known as God Save the Points, and he's going to come on and talk about his travels. He's going to bring some wine or whichever else you fancy drinking, and he's going to chat all things travel with you. So really, really good draw for the Queen's Draw as well.
Sounds amazing. And just to confirm, it's all about the Queen this hour. Forget that Airbus nonsense. We're talking about these. So sad to see them go. I, drove past and genuinely, it's sad to see serviceable airplanes being cut up and their engines ripped off. But it's time, isn't it? It's time for them to go. I get that, but it doesn't make it any less palatable.
When you think of all the people they've connected to other folk and the miles they've done, and it's just amazing. But as you say, their time.
It is their time. 5.3 billion people have flown on 747s. It holds a number of world records, Mark, which I'm sure you know. So the 747-8I is the longest ever passenger aircraft in the world. It also holds the record for the most people ever carried on a commercial airliner, and it was 1,086 when it got airborne and 1,088 when it landed, because during the flight from Ethiopia to, in fact, Israel, 2 babies were born on board the aircraft during the flight. Yes, so pretty cool. 1,080, the world record. That's a lot of people if you consider, I think, the A380 holds about 500, between 500 and 600 people. To get over 1,000 in a jumbo is good going. And I'm reliably informed, having seen the pictures, that there were no seats in the jumbo. They were all sitting on the floor. and both upstairs and downstairs. A miracle called it was an evacuation flight called Op Solomon. If anybody wants to Google it.
Yeah, amazing.
Right,
Amazing.
can I leave you two to be trusted on your own for a little while?
Probably not.
No, I think that's probably stretching it too far. But if you can arrange,
Pie is about to burn in the oven.
Yeah, I'm going to go for it. So I'm going to
Take a
leave you
photo.
two. I will do, and I'll be back with you shortly.
Lindsay, I'll have a gin and tonic, please.
Okay, and Scott, you ready for our next guest?
Oh God, have we got more guests?
Don't forget this one.
Absolutely.
Lindsay, you didn't tell me how to do. How am I going to do all this? Oh,
Right. Well, I've got.
glad she's gone. Let's get it on, Mark.
Let's go for it. Who's next, Scott?
Well, I'm looking up. This hour is going to be amazing. Actually, we've got one of our trustees coming on, Katie, coming on very shortly. We've got John Nielsen from Lockheed Martin coming up to talk about the F-35 model that's in this draw, and John's going to talk about Lockheed Martin and the F-35 in general, which will be really interesting. We're going to speak to one of the charity's beneficiaries. We're going to speak to somebody who's been a recipient of the charity's work, a guy called Pete Logan, who actually has been pretty famous over the last couple of months. If people remember, Pete was the guy who swapped his jumbo jet for his Tesco delivery van. We're going to go live to the A34 to Pete in his Tesco's delivery van, which is going to be really good fun. And then at the end of the hour, we're going to talk to you about flying the Cub. If you fancy it.
Yeah, I do fancy.
Oh, that'll be quite cool then. But as we said, we're going to have Katie first to talk about Concorde. Hello, Katie.
Hey.
How are you?
All the better for seeing you both.
Oh, thank you so much. It seems like minutes since we've spoken. Katie, tell us about this chart and why it's so special.
No worries. So it's, as Lindsay said earlier, it's an en route high altitude chart produced by AIRAD. These particular ones were produced to support the final flights of Concorde in 2003. As far as we're aware, it's flown on Concorde. Can't tell you anything about whether or not it's got any writing on it, but here's hoping. And the idea behind them is that they've got all of the reporting points and your navigational aids, your VORs and stuff on it, to enable the Concorde pilots to get from, well, on this particular chart, some very, very specific places. So it's only really detailing the routings between London, New York, Washington, Toronto, Paris, Barbados, and Antigua. So all of the places that Concorde did in fact fly.
Yeah. Scotty's disappeared.
No, sorry, I'm conversing with the IT people to see if we can actually announce the last draw yet, Mark. So if you just give me a second, and you can chat to Katie while I see if our tech team have actually got it sorted.
Brilliant. Yeah, Katie. So I've had a look at some of these charts before, and they've got some. I mean, I love a map. I don't know about you. You like a map?
I tend to go with the walking maps when I head out because as you guys said earlier, the sort of high altitude ones, do we really use them these days? Not so much.
Well, probably not. But I remember looking at one of these. In fact, I've got an unused one of these Concorde charts, and it's full of bizarre information that to regular pilots like us, you look at and you think it says Mach 1.8, 15 degrees of bank, and you read it and think, what must they have been up to? You know, it's just an incredible thing. It makes you realise what an amazing aeroplane Concorde was, really.
Of course, that shows, Mark, just why they had to produce the separate Concorde charts, because for those of us an awful lot lower, like you doesn't mean anything.
And you say it's signed. Is it?
It is, yeah. So Mike Bannister, as you say, Chief Concorde pilot for BA. Is a big supporter of PilotsTogether, which is awesome, and he was more than happy to get involved and sign this for us just recently, actually.
And good old Mike. He's a fantastic advocate for Concorde, for British Airways, for everything it did. You know, he's an interesting guy to listen to as well about Concorde and precisely, you know, what it made available to people, Yeah, incredible stuff. Great. Scotty, are you back with us yet?
Yeah, I'm back with you, just trying to sort out this IT problem, which is hugely embarrassing for us all, I'm sure. But it's a good problem to have because it crashed because of ticket sales. We have got the names of the draw, I'm told, the winners. We're going to get a screenshot of that from the IT HQ, and they're going to send it across Mark, and we'll be able to announce the draw winners pretty soon.
Pretty soon?
Pretty soon. They're telling me in a couple of minutes. Oh, nice to see a comment from Graham there.
That's the lovely Graham Braithwaite. He's at Cranfield University. He's a pretty big deal in Cranfield, and it's great to see him here. So hi, Graham. But yes, he's kind of hinting there. It's a nice problem to have. So that's fantastic. Good. And Katie, you've been flying over the last couple of days, which has been great. It's been great to see you getting airborne.
Yeah, it's nice to see more aircraft back in the skies.
Really?
It's pretty quiet, but there's lots of chat, lots of movement, lots of happy passengers going to where they want to be. Mood on board was electric. It was fantastic.
Well, let's hope for more of that because all of that means that maybe the new normal will be not quite so different from the old normal.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
I'm back with you now. Back in the room, he says. One thing that always excited me about Concorde was Concorde takeoffs, and they were pretty awesome. It was one of in fact, the only airliner I think that ever had reheat afterburner. I've just got a short clip. I really got to show you this because the noise is awesome. Just watch this for a sec. Just don't tell me that is awesome.
I mean, I'll be honest. You can see why people thought it was a bit loud, a bit too loud for them.
Yeah, on the scale of 1 to rattle your windows, it was definitely up there on the rattle your windows edge, wasn't it? I just find it absolutely amazing that thing would take off a couple of times a day from Heathrow and go down the West Country. And as you both know, I live near Bath. And even by the time it got here, you could still hear it in London. I mean, the thing was awesome.
Did you ever see it? Did you ever go and watch it take off or land? Or
who are you talking to, Emma? Sorry.
See it.
So this is probably going to age you two slightly, and I apologise for this one. When I was at primary school, I was at primary school under the flight path of Concorde, and every day in our morning break, we'd hear it go overhead coming back in, and
Okay.
it was just incredible. Although granted, I was at primary school, but that said, how many other aircraft are there where people have such a strong memory about something just flying overhead?
Yeah, exactly. A friend of mine was a air traffic controller at Heathrow, and he used to sneak out to the threshold of the runway, just next to the threshold of the runway, doing an equipment inspection when it was doing night takeoffs. And he said it would vibrate your chest cavity would vibrate, obviously standing right next to it on the runway. That probably would do that, but yeah, amazing aeroplane.
It is.
Be able to own a little bit of its history.
Absolutely.
Katie, thanks for coming to talk to us about this chart and about Concorde itself. Absolutely amazing. I can tell everyone that I have the names of the winners for Draw A, but what we've decided to do, as we said, we'd roll it to the end of the hour. What we'll do is we'll tell everyone at the end of this hour the winners of Draw A and Draw B, because we know that people will probably come back for that because we saw peak in viewer numbers just around the draw time. So we do have the winners for all of those, and we'll let you know at 10 to the next hour, as we will do with the next draw. Katie, thanks for joining us today. It's been a pleasure to see you again. And we'll speak to you soon, because I think, are you coming back later?
I'm coming back for Draw D.
Oh, coming back for Draw D. Brilliant. We'll see you then, because I think we're all involved in Draw D at the end. It'd be fantastic. Bye, Katie.
Brilliant. See you, Katie. Bye.
Wow, that's absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome, Mark. I'm so glad we've got the IT problems fixed. They're still having trouble with buying tickets. It's very slow, the website. It is working, though, so please persevere with it. It's just really, really slow. We're quickly going to move on to John from Lockheed Martin, John Nielsen. John, hello, how are you?
Yeah, good, guys. How are you both doing?
Hey,
Really
John.
good. Thanks. You were in and out and in and out then. I don't know what
Yeah,
happened.
hey, funny to hear you talking about Concorde. My first flight in Camberley used to fly over and climb out from Heathrow, depending on the runway, of course, a couple of times a day, and it did rattle the windows. I can assure you of that.
Oh, John, thanks for coming on. Tell us about what makes the F-35 special and this model that you've given us for the draw.
Yeah, probably what makes the F-35 special. Where do I start, really? I think for me, the F-35 is special in a number of ways for the UK. Not only will it give the UK, the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy an outstanding capability that provides the return of carrier operations, which was a key capability missed for many years following the retirement of previous generation aircraft. But it also gives a state-of-the-art fighter jet, which is fifth generation stealth technology, and as importantly for the UK, one that secures about 20,000 UK jobs across hundreds of supply chain partners based all over the country, largely in the northwest, but a lot of companies in the south, stretching up to Scotland, large and small businesses, including mum and dad type companies.
Oh, wow, that's really interesting. John, it comes in different sizes. Everybody thinks that the F-35 it's an F-35, but it does. It comes in small, medium, and large, doesn't it?
It does very much so. Yeah, the large is the carrier aircraft with the largest wing. It's obviously a wing that folds. That aircraft is in service with the US Navy. We're buying the smallest, if you like, the F-35B, which is the short takeoff, vertical landing variant, and in between is the F-35A, which the Royal Air Force has expressed some interest in, but we'll wait and see where the integrated defence review takes us.
Yeah,
Sure.
and it strikes me as an amazing aeroplane, and I spoke to a few people who've been involved in its development, and it kind of boggled my mind when they started talking about the aircraft's capabilities. It just blew my mind that it's sucking in information and distributing it across the battle space, and it seemed like something from science fiction, John. I don't know if you've got anything that you can share. I know lots of things you can't share, so don't,
Yeah, you're right, Mark. I mean, one of the key capabilities the F-35 has, which represents the next generation of combat aircraft, is its ability to gather data. So it gathers data from hundreds and hundreds of different sources and can share that data not only with other aircraft, without actually becoming visible, but also with troops on the ground and ships at sea. So it's very much a data collector and data sharer, which gives you an immense force multiplier in the battle space. And more than anything else, it takes the hard work away too. So, one guy or girl in the cockpit pulling all that information together, if you can't fuse that information together and present it in a way that the pilot can easily understand and share, then it's of no use at all. So just like the kind of modern airliners that you guys fly, Scotty having transferred to 350, I can say that to him as well. The aircraft does a lot of the hard work for you and actually makes the decision making a little bit easier.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting you say that, John, because of course what that's doing is people say, oh, it's taking the person out of the role, but of course it's enhancing the value of what the person does. It takes all the other task load away so that the person can be really valuable.
Absolutely, it allows the pilot to focus on the operation rather than trying to understand what the aircraft's doing and what the aircraft's collecting, so he or she can actually make quicker decisions and help survivability, of course, during a battle. And of course, with an F-35 in stealth mode, and a lot of people don't understand that the figures that are publicly available are actually lagging behind the actual capability of the aircraft. So an aircraft in stealth mode can actually get into the battle space, do what it needs to do, and be back home before anyone actually discovers it. And six of the countries that have it have used it in combat ops and have found that capability to be invaluable.
Game changing.
Yep.
It is game changing. John, everybody wants to know. You know, I've talked about the price tag. In fact, we talked about the price tag recently on a Layover show. But what many people don't realize is the headline price tag when it started is now considerably more than it is if you wanted to buy one today. So how does that work? How you buy a Mercedes in the dealership, it's the same price wherever you buy it. It doesn't go down in price as it gets more popular. How does that work?
It's all about scale of production, Scotty. You know, when the F-35 started, production rate was very low. Last year we made 131 aircraft. This year we'll make, because of COVID, it'll be around about the same. Because we didn't have a serious problem with our production line. We did slow the rate a little bit because some of our supply chain partners were affected. But the price has gone down. So if you take the F-35B, which is the most expensive variant because of the technology in the back end, when we in the UK first ordered the aircraft, it was just about 109 million pounds of dollars, per piece. That's come down by about 12.5%. Currently around about 101 million dollars per aircraft. The cheapest of the aircraft is the F-35A, which countries are now buying at around about the $77 million mark, and that's come down from about $83 million. And as production rate increases, the cost per aircraft will decrease.
That's fascinating. And I mean, remind me which countries operate the aeroplane, because it's relatively unusual to have an aeroplane so widely available.
It is, Mark. We've got 13 countries operating the aircraft, including the UK. 6 of them, as I've said before, have used the aircraft in combat. And at the moment, we've got competitions active in Finland and in Switzerland. And then a number of other countries, Czech Republic and others, are kind of looking at it. Because for them, the question is, do they invest in something like the F-16 Block 70, which is a highly capable aircraft in its own right, with some F-35 technology, or do they make the generation leap to the F-35 generation? And they're kind of looking at that. Some countries are buying the F-16 70 as a bridge to the F-35. Some countries are looking to go straight to F-35, because if we're operating a small fleet of 8, 10, 14, then investing straight away in an F-35 might not be something that's cost effective.
Wow.
But you know, interest is extremely high, and a number of countries already operating are looking at increasing the numbers. So we'll see where that goes.
So, John, in this draw, we've not got a real F-35. What are we getting? What is the chance of winning here? What's the lucky winner going to get from Lockheed Martin in this case?
Well, it's not a real one. It's a 1/48 scale one, but it's a 1/48 scale model of an F-35B. Not available in the UK. It's probably about this big. But you know what those guys are like. We tend to exaggerate the sizes anyway. So
I don't know what you mean.
It's a model that's not really available. You can't really buy it off the shelf. So it's one of those special edition ones we give to customers around the world as a memento of meetings we have with them. So highly valued prize in my view.
So this is what you get if you buy an F-35. You get a model free, and we're not having to pay a couple of $100 million to buy a couple to get a free model. John, thanks for coming on today. We've got to move on because actually our next guest is on a break in the M25 services, and that's not a lie. So we've got to go to the M25 services live now to meet our next person. John, thanks so much for coming.
Good talk, guys.
And we'll have to catch up soon for a bacon and egg sandwich at Blackbush, but don't tell Sharon I had porridge. John, cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Bye.
Cheers, John. Oh,
wow.
John.
It's really cool talking to John, isn't it? I love talking to him about stuff. And I know we didn't get to ask him all the questions, but we have got to go live. And I wasn't joking. We are now going live to the M25 services to speak to Peter Loggin. Peter, hello. How are you?
Hello, good afternoon or evening. How are you?
We're really good, thanks. Just explain to us why you are where you are and why, not like our CEO, you have to wear a fluorescent jacket for this interview. If you could just let us know where you are and why you're wearing what you are, Peter, it'd be great.
Yeah, you're not the kindest of presenters. Show me your beer and your nice cozy offices. I'm here on my enforced sabbatical from the airlines. I've taken up delivery driving. So today I've been out in Kent in Tier 3. There's all scary Tier 3 areas. delivering for Tesco. So I was just on my way back. I finish soon, but on my way back, and I had this slot booked in to come and say hello to you guys.
And we're really glad that you came to join us, Peter. Thanks very much. I know you were kind of thrust into the limelight, is probably the kindest way of putting it, by a tweet that you made.
That's the one.
And it got picked up by the national media. How bonkers did it go? Yeah.
So it started off about this time last year, really. So I worked for Tesco this time last year when I was made redundant from Thomas Cook, and then and that was unfortunate. The redundancy number one. Went to Tesco because I had a job lined up for BA starting in January already. So I had a few months off. Started off with Tesco again. Started with BA. Went in January. Started flying the jumbo. I think as timings go, I was following your move from the jumbo. I feel like I kind of took your seat on the jumbo. You left sort of this time last year.
It would have been very compressed, and there'd have been a lot of crumbs around the bottom of the seat from where I left all my bits.
That 25-year-old sheepskin rug wasn't in the best state, but it was a very nice thing to fly. So then April came along, stood down from flying, and obviously just called Tesco straight back up and said, hello, I can still drive. Can I come back? So that's how the tweet came about, I guess. I just put something on Twitter, and I was probably one of the first to be thrust into the limelight, like you say. There's lots of us. There's quite a few of us driving for various companies, but I guess I was the first one to be cleared solo to go out and drive.
And Peter, I don't know if you remember, but I met you, I think, on your first day in BA.
I think so. Yeah, I remember in Waterside. There's a lot of faces to see, and I do remember.
Yeah, I was very impressed at the time because obviously the crisis was sort of, I'm not even sure it was just getting going. It was nearly.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing much around that time, but I was more excited, heads down in the books for joining and
I remember
jumbo.
My thing is usually to ask everybody what their previous type was. So I go around the table, and I think you said Mercedes Sprinter.
Or something. Yeah, that's it.
Which was amazing, and we had a very short conversation about that, and I was really struck by your kind of resilience and how kind of positive you were, and that really hasn't changed. It's awesome to see. But I was just wondering, just give us a bit of background. How long have you been a pilot?
I'm one of those ones who's been wanting to fly since I was a little boy, tiny little baby. Always wanted to do it. Flew solo before I could drive at the age of 16. Went through the cadets, hour building. So I've been flying for about 16 years. Commercially, I decided to go the modular route about 4 or 5 years ago, and then got the job with Thomas Cook in the start of 2017.
Yeah. So. It's not like you're 5 minutes in the job and then you found yourself, in this kind of awkward situation. Has it taken a toll on your family? Sort of, there's uncertainty in the industry.
Yeah. So particularly with the sort of double whammy of Thomas Cook as well. I bought my first house in April last year, all feeling like I kind of made it. September came along and redundancy one came down, and so the savings quickly disappeared to keep paying the mortgage, and thinking it had all come into place again starting in January with BA, and then number two came along, and so we're back to the same Mercedes Sprinter and the same trying to get by with where we are now.
And I guess it's. I mean, it sounds like quite a fun job. I remember talking to you before, and you seem to have a bit of chat with people, dropping kit off, and so on. I think you told me about some Christmas delivery, and I can't remember how many hundreds of kilos of kit. Yeah. It just sounds like some people really go to town, but Tesco's a good firm to work for. Fun.
Yeah. You're right. It's fun. I mean, it's just me in the van most of the day. I can do things like this. I can pull over be the typical van driver and block up 4 spaces in a car park, sit there on my phone doing something that everyone wanders past and goes, what are you doing in this little strange area? So it's just, I mean, the van, it's nice, it's fun, it's without too much disrespect to my driving colleagues, it's completely neck down work. You just blindly follow the sat nav, go where it tells you, take some trays out of the van, and that's it really. There's no loading of the van, there's no picking of the shopping. It's just turn up, take the van out, throw some trays at some customers, and go home.
Sounds really satisfying.
Which is really nice. Yeah, very, very nice at the moment to have sort of something to distract you from everything that's going on. In the world. So it has been nice. I've been doing it since April here, full time. Started off temporary before the redundancies were made, and then around about the same week that the BA decided who's going and who's staying, I was made permanent at Tesco. So it kind of switched over not quite nicely, which was okay.
Brilliant. And I mean, so like I say, you strike me as incredibly resilient, incredibly positive, a good laugh. Have you got sort of survival tips that you'd offer to your other pilot colleagues?
I have. Well, it's very, very hard to say, but just stay positive. Stay as positive as you can. A positive mental attitude. Airbus would call it a 3-letter acronym as a PMA. Stay positive as best you can, and then things like this fall into my lap through that attitude, I guess. But I'm aware that that's very, very easy to say and hard to do at the moment. Things like the vaccine should be hopefully a turnaround point for us, but stay as positive as you can, and we will see how things go.
Yeah, and what have you got anything that you'd specifically call out as something you'd value that the charity's doing?
Yeah. So clearly the pilot training isn't free. It's not cheap. It costs quite a lot, and we all live to our means. So for me, the charity, the financial side of things, allowing with what they're saying to pay for simulators and things like that, just to add to the employability that we have, because it's very, very nice when a company wants to put you in the sim for free, and it costs a lot of money. But when you've got to keep your own license valid to do things like that, the charity is, just fantastic, because it feels. I did mine this time last month, start of November. Jumped back in an Airbus, flew it around a little bit, and did all the box ticking for my license, and it just feels really, really positive. Again, just nice to have that signature on your license, just to say for the next year that you're current. So that's really nice of this charity. Really, really good of you guys to be setting this up to help us with things like that, because clearly at the moment we're not in a position to fund that ourselves.
Yeah, and I think maybe people don't realise that is that it's a kind of career cliff edge, isn't it? If you don't have that signature in your license, then you're not employed.
Yeah, exactly. So it's every single, even at the moment when airlines know that we're not flying. I've been applying for some jobs in Taiwan, and they say everywhere. I've been applying for jobs for everywhere, and they all want a current rating with a current license, and we just don't have that. Even guys who are still employed by an airline don't have that, because they just haven't flown that much. Some airlines are looking for like 300 hours in the last year. Well, I don't think anyone's done that, really.
No, you're correct. I mean, I'm flying, Peter. I'm one of the fortunate ones, and here go the grace of God. Here, grace of God, go us. I mean, it could have been any of us, and we all know that, and we feel very fortunate. Both Mark and I feel very fortunate to still be flying. But it could have been any of us, and I think that's kind of what brought this whole situation home for us all, and that's why people are so enthused to help us, particularly colleagues and who are still flying, helping us to build this charity and make it work. I just want to share this comment with you. It said from Bigglestaff, pride in work is more important than the work itself. Well done. And that kind of sums you up, I think. I think you are resilient. I think you're amazing. And it just shows that actually, as pilots, we can adapt to anything. absolutely anything. I'm not sure I could drive a Sprinter, if I'm being honest, because I can hardly drive my own car most days. But
it takes some getting used to. The back's a long way away, so hey, if you can drive a jumbo around from 8-9 meters up, I'm sure you can manage this thing.
Yeah, but someone else reverses it for you.
That's true. Yeah, there is a camera on this, and then I just sort of find myself falling down to the tug driver and say, "Go on, push, do that way," but it doesn't work.
Yeah, Peter, I think you're a great example of the resilience and I guess the breadth of very practical experience that pilots kind of bring to whatever job they're doing. Are you presumably you want to get back into flying? It sounds like you want to get back into flying, but somewhere in your mind, are you thinking maybe I'll change my career?
Not permanently, but I guess the answer is both. I think we have to be sort of realistic. This thing isn't going away. Well, it might be going away soon. We don't know, but whether that brings back jobs in the flying market. So realistically, it's going to be years, probably not months. We'd all like it to be months, but yeah, I'm applying to everything I find. Everything I think I could do. The police, I've put an application to. The RAF again, back to the RAF to be a drone pilot. That could be really interesting, actually. And so yeah, I'm looking for any opportunity that comes about. We'll see what happens, but it could be. I'll definitely fly again. Keeping a licensed pilot is part of that. But for the next few years, or a year or two, hopefully, looking for something else. I don't think I could stick with the Sprinter for that long.
Well, look, there are lots of people getting their Christmas shopping. I'm glad you are currently. So.
Yeah. Well, I think when I spoke to you in January, it was obviously pre-pandemic, and it was unlimited orders. So I delivered to a few people who would have £1,000 orders. Thankfully, I guess you could say, now for me at least, the orders are all limited to I think 95 items, which makes it quite manageable because there's no big ones. Obviously that most people see that as a target, I think, because every order seems to be 95 items. So yeah, people see it as a target, but yeah, it's limited, thankfully.
Peter, I'd really like to thank you for coming on. I know you've been a stalwart for the charity. You've done lots of PR and stuff for us. Thanks so much. I'd also like to thank Tesco's for not only giving you a job, but actually allowing you to have a break at the M25 services so you can come on this evening and chat with us and tell us about your experience and the charity as a whole. It's really valuable for us to understand how the money that we're raising, the stuff that we're doing, how it impacts real people, and how it can enrich and make your life hopefully that teeny weeny bit better, so that when an opportunity comes along, you're best placed to take that opportunity up. Thanks for coming on, Pete.
Thank you very much. Thanks for everything you're doing, and good luck to everyone in the prizes. And I'll be watching to see who ends up on the jumbo because I've been watching that thing through Twitter unraveling itself. I still don't know which one I want. I've flown the jumbo, but I don't know if that means I'm loyal to it or if I should see what the other 400, the ugly one's like.
Well, shh. Dave will get really upset. I called it the fugly bus earlier, and he really didn't like it. Yeah. So I think at that point, it's best that we move on. Peter, thanks for coming, and
thank you.
A safe drive home.
Thanks very much. Thanks. Bye.
Cheers, Pete. Bye. What an inspiration, Mark.
He's a fantastic ambassador for all of our colleagues who are in that position.
Yeah. I know Peter's been he's been working for Tesco's, and a number of people are doing delivery driving for lots of other supermarkets. The charity's managed to help place some people doing train driving. We've got a couple of people who are starting train driving, which is amazing. And actually, I just found out last night that one of our colleagues has arranged for a number of people to get involved in the NHS and doing work for the NHS call centres, which is absolutely amazing. But the final thing we've got to talk about, Mark, for the next few minutes is this: your cub, fella. You're going to take somebody flying.
Yeah, I'm very pleased to take someone flying. It's It's a charming airplane. My one's the one behind. That's a Super Cub and a regular Cub there. So mine's the funny sort of checkerboard Cub. I own it with a bunch of other enthusiastic people. It's about as basic as flying can get. I said to Linz yesterday, because this was taken just yesterday, we went flying, and she kept saying things like, "Oh, does it have a? I can't remember what she asked. Moving map. Was it a heater? Yeah, heater. Moving map or something like that." I said, "Look, the answer to all of the does it have questions is usually no. If it doesn't,
it's largely going to be no.
It's usually no. But it's." Yeah, so a little bit of history on the Piper Cub. It was designed originally in the 30s, late 30s, and it really was the airplane that sort of taught America to fly. It was originally designed as a civilian airplane, but the vast majority of them, a huge number of them, were produced for the US military, which my one was. Mine was built in 43. It was shipped in a big crate over to Sicily, where it acted as an artillery spotter after the invasion of Sicily. And then I think they just kind of, there we are, that's us trundling past Henley. That's Henley on Thames, very lovely. But you can see what a great view it is. I have to say, flying around over an artillery position would probably not have been my most favourite.
Yeah, not in one of those, I don't think.
Whilst it's a strong and very reliable and sort of safe airplane, I'm not sure it could take a hit from an artillery shell. But that's precisely what they used to do. They used to fly around over a target, and the guns used to range on it. Yeah, when it got demobbed, my particular airplane, it basically got sort of thrown aside, I think, and somebody in Italy picked it up and after the war then started using it as a light airplane, as a civilian airplane. And it then the airplane kind of migrated its way up and found its way in the Alps. Now, originally the airplane had a tiny engine. So to put that airplane at altitude and fly it around alpine airstrips, it took some bravery. But the airplane ended up at the Aero Club de Courchevel, where it stayed for about 20 years. And then eventually in the early 80s, it came over to the UK, and it's been in the UK ever since. Mine has suffered the ignominy of being in a mid-air collision, or in fact an on-the-ground collision, with an airship, which must have been the slowest collision ever. I'm not sure. So it was attacked from behind by an airship at White Waltham.
Good Lord.
Well worth a read of the AIB report on that. There's very sterile language in an AIB report. It says that the pilot of the Cub challenged the airship pilot after the event. I suspect I know what that kind of challenge involved. I suspect it involved pointing and shouting. Yeah, it got clonked on the head by a passing airship, which is quite amazing. But it lives on. A marvelous airplane. And if you come flying, the sole purpose is simply to enjoy being in the air in the most basic form possible. Have a little go on the controls. Have a peek at some beautiful houses as we pass them by. Try not to annoy the neighbours. Be good and neighbourly. Come back.
Sounds amazing. Sounds amazing. Well, talking about being good and neighbourly, I notice your neighbour is rejoining you there.
Yes.
Hello, Lindsay. Welcome back.
Thanks.
I missed you.
Missed you too.
How's it been? How's the adult beverage?
Good.
Well, actually, I haven't had one yet. So when I'm going to have my break, I'm going to have to sort that out, I think. But great news. I can see who's won the raffles. So we can bring that up in a second. But before we do, we do have an independent adjudicator for each raffle draw. We had Steve last time, but unfortunately we couldn't see it. So the independent adjudicator for this draw is one of the other charity trustees, Paul Granger. Paul. Hello, how are you?
Evening. I'm very well, thanks. Nice to see you guys. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thank you. Suffering IT madness, but I'm sure you know that as well. But hey, we are muddling through, and we've now got the winners of Raffle A and Raffle B. So hopefully we'll be able to bring that up in a second. So Paul, tell us, why did you want to become a trustee for this charity? Because you are one of the founding trustees.
I am. I'm very privileged to be that, and it's a great honour, really. I wanted to help out the guys and girls who got made redundant. It's as simple as that, really. It could have so easily happened to me. I'm relatively junior. I've only flown for about 7 years, and if this came a few years ago when I was very junior, then it would have been me. And speaking to some of these guys, they're in a very similar situation to me. They've got kids, they've got mortgages to pay, and yeah, it's the least we can do, isn't it? It's the least I can do to help out these guys. Be on the end of the phone, have a chat to them, and help raise some money for them.
Yeah, and from my point of view, thank you so much for doing that, because you and your twin Phil both work really hard keeping in contact with the 250 plus that we have registered with the charity at the moment. Thank you so much for doing that.
Oh no, it's always a pleasure to be honest speaking to them. There's so much. Sounds corny, but there's so much courage in that group. The fortitude, the stuff they're going through at the moment, it's unimaginable. But so many of them just want to chat. They just want to have a laugh on the phone, talk about planes, and they're a great bunch, really good bunch.
Well, they can tune in every Sunday at 7 o'clock and listen to the three of us talk nonsense about planes. We know absolutely nothing about planes, but we can talk nonsense for an hour with them. Moving on from. Go on.
Can I just say, because I'm the only one that doesn't sort of work in the charity, sort of vested interest and all that, but I've seen the amount of work that's gone on. So to the three of you and to all the others that are involved, I want to say it is an enormous amount of work to keep this going. So thank you very much, because it's absolutely brilliant.
Thank you, Mark. Really appreciate it. And as you've said, it isn't just the three of us. There is a massive team of trustees and volunteers behind us that make the job easy. You know me, I'm inherently lazy. So so everybody else does the work and I just sit at the meetings and nod lots. But moving on, the thing that people really want to know about today is who won the first raffle. So I'm going to bring that up. By the magic of this machine, if it all works, Lindsay's going to tell us who's won.
So hang on, Scott. This is Raffle A.
This is Raffle A. This is the one with Dave Walsworth.
You might have to zoom in a tiny little bit for me.
I don't think I can, Lindsay, but do you want me to do it if you can't read it?
Yeah, you do it, Scott, and I'll do the next one.
Yeah, okay. So the first prize winner for the A380 simulator experience is Kenneth Simpson with ticket 37061. The second prize winner, flying with me, is Malcolm Pankhurst. Malcolm, can't wait to see you.
Sorry, Malcolm.
Yeah. So sorry. Yeah, it'll be fine, Malcolm. With ticket 15677. Third prize winner, the private wine tasting with Tal. That'd be absolutely amazing. Is Nigel Morgan. And I'm hoping that's Nigel Morgan, who's or was a jumbo pilot. He'll enjoy his wine. I've been drinking with him before. Ticket number 38018. Fourth prize winner. I was going to say Peter Burkle had won his own book then, but he hasn't. Peter Burkle, 30 Seconds to Impact, signed by Peter himself. Stephen Last, you've got that great book. The 23 scoring anniversary print. Graham Ball, that is going to be adorning your wall if your partner allows that. The sixth prize winner, the limited edition, amazing print that we're actually going to talk to Chris, the artist, about later. Paul Moore, you've got one of those prints winging its way towards you. The seventh prize winner of a slipcase limited edition copy of Vulcan 607. Great book. Stephen Gilmore's got that. The Gypsy cylinder lamp. I am actually jealous of this. Mike Rothwell, that is going to be adorning your sideboard or table very, very soon. The ninth prize winner, the Carbo cockpits, as Lindsay put it. Moritz Winkler, you can choose which aeroplane you'd like, and we'll send those Carbo cockpits up to you. And the limited edition print by JP Santiago is going to go to John Collier. Wow, that was exciting.
Yeah.
That was exciting.
Worth the wait.
Worth the wait. Definitely worth the wait.
Yeah, well, I also now can tell you who's won raffle B. If we want to see those, can Lindsay, have you got those? Can you see those, or would you like me to do that?
Let me just see if I can go large. Right, try it now, Scott.
Right, I can do that.
Drum roll.
Oh yeah, well, it takes a second. It takes a second. And here we go. Boom. I've just noticed, Lindsay, good luck, that they're all not in prize order. Starts in the middle.
Okay, so first prize winner for the 747 sim with Scott and I, Robert Edmonds. And do we need the ticket numbers, or can I just give out some names?
No, just go and just go with the names. It'll be fun.
Okay, second prize winner, which is the flight with Mark, is David Crossman.
Awesome, David.
Third prize winner, which is the Hours Happy Hour chat with Gilbert, is Christopher Pope. Fourth prize, which is the signed AirAd Concorde chart, is Anthony Charlesworth. Fifth prize, the Lisa Harding print, is Todd Cohen, awesome, which is really nice. So it's a really good print. Sixth prize winner, which is the
I've just seen who that is.
Is the Graphics 865 is Darren Lewington. Who's that, Scott?
From Aerotiques. We just spoke to him earlier, Lindsay. Did you forget him so quickly?
Yeah. Seventh prize winner, which is the Lockheed Martin model, is Andrew Walling.
Lucky man.
That'll be a really good piece to have, like if you had a Zoom call and you had it sort of in the background.
Oh yeah, this whole thing.
Yeah. Eighth prize is for Flight Radar subscription is Hannah Vaughan.
Ah, one of our colleagues.
Yeah.
Ninth prize winner, which is the Cockpit Bombers, Jeremy Palmer, and the print by JP Santiago, Amelia Powell.
Wow, awesome.
There's going to be some very happy people out there.
Awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. Paul, sadly, we couldn't throw in any tickets, so we didn't win anything again.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm rather looking forward to the next hour because there's some cool stuff in the next hour, and it also means I get to go and have a gin and tonic.
Mark and I look forward to it as well.
Sorry,
I said Mark and I are looking forward to it as well.
Yeah. Well, I hope you are. I'm here if you need me. All right, I'm here if you need me. Okay. But otherwise, I'm going to go and have a gin and tonic, and I'm going to leave you to it. And I'll let you talk to Paul for a bit. It's been great to be hosting for the last couple of hours. I'll see you again soon, maybe.
Perfect. Thanks, Scott.
Bye, everyone.
Got it. Bye. So just looking on the website quickly, and £21,760 we've raised from this.
Wow. Okay.
It's Thank you to everyone that's watching. Everyone's bought tickets. Everyone who's donated to charity as well. It's great. It's a huge amount of money to make a big difference. So thank you very much.
Perfect. Paul, anything else? Any final words to say before you go?
No, thank you to you guys. You're doing a great job, and enjoy. You've got how long? A couple more hours? 2 more hours to go?
2 more hours to endure.
Endure, absolutely. Well, the gin and tonic or the drinks will help, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, cheers, Paul.
Cheers. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Paul. Well, what do you reckon of that?
Wow.
I was tense.
It is tense. I'm on edge.
That was tense, but it was good. It was really good, and congratulations to the winners because some of those prizes are awesome. I'm really looking forward to taking David flying, so that'd be brilliant. What's coming up next?
Okay, 2 down, 2 more to go. Raffle C is called the Spitfire Sizzler, and the reason it's called the Spitfire Sizzler is because one of the lucky winners is going to win the opportunity to have a go in the world's only Spitfire simulator, courtesy of Boltby Flight Academy. Now, I know that you are desperate.
I just made a groaning noise.
To have a go in a Spitfire. Now, apparently, word is that they're beautiful to fly.
Yes.
Not so good on the ground, but once they're in the air.
A dream.
A dream. So if you prefer something that's a little bit more sedate and calm, we've got the 380 sim with Dave, and we've got Dave coming on again this hour to speak to us. And we've also got a tour of the Biggin Hill Heritage Hangar, which I think featured on the documentary that we were watching.
Yes.
Which is where you can go in, get up close and personal with the Spitfires and find out what goes into the engineering and restoration of them. So that would be
all run by the very excellent Peter Monk, and his knowledge and his enthusiasm for it is just incredible. So that'll be a brilliant day.
We've also got a 747 tribute watch from the Bristol Watch Company, and hopefully we've got Greg Young coming on a little bit later, who's the founder, who's going to tell us why this watch is so special and what's so unique about it. We have a bottle of 99 Squadron Centenary Celebration Port, which was to commemorate the squadron turning 100. So this is the only squadron in the UK to fly the C-17 Globemaster.
Awesome airplane.
Kind of keeping with the military theme, we have a signed copy of Harrier 809 by Roland White.
Brilliant book.
Which you
all of his books are brilliant.
Have you finished it?
Brilliant. Oh yeah, I'm on the second time through at the moment.
We also are lucky to have the Ultimate Fighters print by Warbird and aviation photographer Darren Harbour. And that print's going to be signed by some of the pilots. Now, Darren's given me a sneak peek of the print, and it does look awesome. And I don't know if any of you have seen any of Darren's work before. Quite often he's at air shows, he's got a stand there. So if you ever see him, go and have a look at the work he produces, because it's really, really good.
Yeah, really good.
We have a 747 print, which is a collaboration between Chris Burns and photographer James Dinsdale. James is also a pilot, and this piece that they've worked on together has been especially commissioned just for this event. We've also got the Ultimate AvGeek stocking tool, another Flight Radar 24 gold subscription. If anybody wants to, if they hear the buzz of an engine and think, what is that?
I use it. I do use it to keep my aircraft recognition by sound alone game going. I know you love that.
Yeah, not so much. And that's kind of what we've got going on for Raffle C.
Brilliant. Is that all?
I think so.
Good.
Now let me just see if we've got. We should have Greg coming on. Let me see if Greg's here.
Who's Greg?
See if he's in the wings.
So I'm going to put a picture of this watch up. How does that?
Yeah, that one.
So I'm not aware of Bristol watches at all, but I just looking at that, it does look quite cool. I don't know if it looks very cool. I mean, let's face it, we pilots, we love a watch.
Oh yeah.
We love a watch, and it says on it KLM 747. So I presume it's got bits of 747.
Yeah, so these watches are super cool. They have on the underneath side of the watch, they have a small cutout piece of that actual aircraft with the registration and who flew for it, who the airline was that the aircraft comes from.
Oh, that is pretty cool. So are we having trouble getting hold of him?
Yeah.
Oh, so this is this thing where we have to kind of fill.
Let's go back to Scott. Scott's
Hey,
here.
hello. Yeah, sorry, we're having trouble getting Greg, but luckily, Greg sent me one of these.
Really? Hang on. Let me just go back to here. Show me that again. In fact,
so I have the actual watch right in front of me. So this is the 747 watch that Greg has very kindly donated from Bristol Watches. Now, the unique thing, as you were kind of saying about these watches, is the fact that they've got a tail number on them in here and a small monogram of a 747. If you can probably see that, not very model. I'm not a great model of watches.
You'd never be on the shopping channel.
No, but the cool thing is about these watches is actually the back. So I'm sure you can see there is a light blue patch on the back there. Whoa, coming closer. Right, look. So there you are. So that light blue patch is a bit of 747 skin off of a KLM Boeing 747-300. And as you know, Mark, being an aficionado, there weren't that many 300s around. It's quite a rare airplane. So these are a limited edition watch, limited to just over 1,000 watches, and you have one of them that could be on your wrist if you buy tickets for this draw. This particular tail number, if I can just read it off of here, was PHBUW, was the KLM tail number. So if you're going to Google that now, aren't you, to see what it looks like?
There's a reason I'm going to look it up. It's KLM. What did you say? BUW?
No, sorry, PH.
Yeah.
PHBUW, yeah.
So very unusually, KLM had a bunch of 200s. And when the 300 came along, they said, oh, we'd like 300s, but we don't want to sell our old airplanes. So they converted their 200s into 300s. They all went back to Seattle. And they
had the ULD, had the upper lung, the deck done.
Yeah, the SUD, as it was known, stretched upper deck, which is just amazing.
So all of them got retrofit.
Well, I don't know. I don't know enough about it. All I've seen is some photos of the airplanes on the line, and they had to sort of peel them apart. You wonder why that was even a thing, but it was. It's the most extraordinary, most extraordinary thing. Hang on a minute. Hang on.
No, that individual is for auditioning for QVC. Yes. And this watch could be yours if you buy some tickets in the draw.
Adam and I are in a band together. Adam's the drummer, so I'll tell you what Adam isn't interviewing for. That's staying in time. So,
I'm also right to think that KLM is one of the oldest. Is it the oldest?
The
airline?
oldest. It is the oldest. That was continually called KLM from the get-go.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So it hasn't, like other airlines, had about 5 or 10 different names all merged into one that still claim it's 100 years old?
Look, listen.
I'm just going to move on from that. Let's just move on from that. Move on.
What else we got?
I didn't expect to see you so soon, but this watch is amazing. It has actually flown on a jumbo jet, obviously, because it's got a piece of it in it, and it does take keeps amazing time. So if you'd like this limited edition 747 watch with a piece of jumbo jet inside it, buy some tickets. I'm going to go and finish my beer while you talk to the amazing Ian from Flight Radar 24. I'll leave you to it. Cheers, team. Bye.
Bye, Scotty. So there we go.
No. Technically, what's just happened is that Lindsay and Mark have removed themselves from the stream and left me to talk to Ian, which is really funny. Welcome back. How did that happen?
He's not touching anything else.
Yeah,
Right.
Mark, you fly airplanes for a living. Touch nothing. Never mind. Nobody noticed it. I filled for you.
If you
Later. Bye. Later.
Okay, so moving on. I'll do the button pushing.
Understood.
We have been very lucky to have not 1, not 2, but 3 Flight Radar Gold subscriptions for the year added into the draw. And we're going to welcome on Ian. So let me bring Ian in. Ian, good evening.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Ian.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for having me.
So Flight Radar 24, Mark is one of your biggest fans because every time an aircraft flies over our house, from the engine noise alone, he thinks, it must be this particular aircraft, and he's straight onto Flight Radar to check that he's and annoyingly, 9 times out of 10, he is.
Yeah, that people develop a nasty habit of getting to know what's flying over their house.
Yeah. So can you just give us a little bit of background about yourself and a little bit of background into the idea of how Flight Radar 24 came about?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm our communications director. So I have the best job in the company, which is I get to, play with Flight Radar 24 all day and tell people about it and do the really fun stuff. When there used to be flying to do, that was me. But I just get to play around with the site all day and tell people about it, which is why I'm thrilled to be doing this with you all. I love telling the story of Flight Radar 24 because it happened completely by accident.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our co-founders had a price comparison site, like I want to buy a ticket to, from Stockholm to, wherever, Oslo, and here are the airlines I can buy the ticket on. And, these are the prices. And so they were looking for a way to bring more visitors to that site. And so they put up an ADS-B receiver in Stockholm and then put a small map on the corner of the site and started tracking some aircraft around Stockholm and a moving map and the very kind of basics in late 2006, early 2007. By 2008, that portion of the site was getting more traffic than the actual price comparison site, because people loved watching the aircraft so much. So they decided to, we've got something on our hands. Why don't we, develop it? And so late 2008 or 2009, they kind of partitioned that off and then opened up the network. So anyone with an AVDSB receiver could start contributing data to, start building coverage around the world. And so from the single receiver in 2006, now we're, somewhere north of 27,000 receivers as of last month, around the world, on all 7 continents.
That's incredible. And obviously none of this would have been possible without ADSB.
Right. That's the core technology, the ease of setting up these receivers and the ability for just to have a standard around the world where every aircraft is speaking the same language makes it all possible.
Yeah. And I love, you go to the sort of center of Africa and you see one of these balloons.
Yeah.
Floating across at 60,000 feet or 70,000 feet or something. It's amazing. And I think it maybe gives people a slight sense of what an enormous industry aviation and aerospace actually is as well, which is incredible. It's amazing stuff.
And do you think it's changed people's views on just how busy, the skies can be? Because, you look up.
People still are amazed when they look at the site. And obviously, we have to explain to some people every few months or so, somebody says, well, the icons aren't to scale. Well, of course they're not to scale. You wouldn't be able to see them if they were, but it kind of gives a view into how busy the skies are and how many people are, relying on aviation to get around and to get the things that they buy and to, move everything from, goods, and now medicine has become the big one that people are certainly following.
Yeah. Well, we did a show a couple of weeks ago. We mentioned how the North Atlantic track system works, and it's great to look at the map, overnight, and you can see all the airplanes on the tracks. It's quite incredible. Very occasionally, I'll scroll around to the Pacific and find a little lonely airplane, French B A350, just heading across the Pacific up to LA or somewhere. It's just incredible. Absolutely amazing.
And from looking at it, what do you think is kind of the most popular route, or what's tracked the most? Do you have the data on what people search for? Is it routes? Is it airports? Is it destinations?
Some of the biggest things people search for are airports. So airports near them, what's coming in and out. A lot of it are folks who, go to the airport, and aviation photography is huge, and a big Flight Radar 24 is a big tool for people that are trying to check off, the special livery that they know is coming in, or things like that, and timing their journey to the airport to make sure they get that shot. A lot of it is, really popular flights, that are kind of getting, some press beforehand. So special flights and things like that, where we get, some of the most tracked flights where an airline wants to do something special.
And is it obvious that pretty much all of the short haul operation of a certain fairly large Heathrow-based airline uses it to check which runway is in use at destination?
There are a lot of organizations that use it for particular things. Where you've got ground handling companies that are awaiting an aircraft, and they can see where it is, and now they don't have to go stand out in the rain because they know the aircraft is still 45 minutes away, so they don't have to move yet, or something like that.
Yeah. So the airline industry used to run on these signals, and it still does. You get these signals through a teleprompter somewhere. I don't think anyone's read one of those for about 8 years now. But quite
having the visuals so much more enjoyable and easier rather than having to sort through everything.
No, it makes a huge difference. If you know that you're going to be flying the RNAV arrival into Nice and not the ILS, that makes a huge difference to us as pilots. So
And what's kind of the craziest or the kind of most sort of high profile aircraft or event that's happened that you guys have tracked?
I mean, the biggest one of all time was the 787 that drew a self-portrait over the U.S. when Boeing and Rolls-Royce were testing the Trent 1010. They were doing an ETOPS flight for, I think it was 18 hours or something like that, and they drew a portrait of a 787 basically over the entire U.S. So that was a big one. The big one that happened earlier this year was when Turkish Airlines drew the Turkish flag over Turkey. That was a big one, but it's always fun to watch. We're getting into the beginning of December, so it's Christmas tree season. Usually we get a lot of pilots drawing Christmas trees, usually smaller aircraft. But 2 or 3 years ago, Airbus took an A380 test flight out and drew a Christmas tree. So that's always fun to watch.
And of course, people have been known to draw other things and get in trouble for it.
And also write words as well.
That has happened. Both of those things have happened. People, I think, either don't know or want other people to know what they're drawing sometimes. So usually it's aircraft silhouettes, but sometimes it's other things. And we have gotten a lot of words. My favorite one was someone drew Aristotle, wrote out Aristotle in their aircraft. And I'm like, okay, that's weird Greek. Okay, that seems very specific. It turns out that it was the pilot's pet hedgehog named Aristotle.
Which actually makes it, so if it was weird to start with.
I don't know if it makes it weirder or just much, much better. The Aristotle thing was great. And we actually reached out to the pilot and asked him about it. And he sent us a picture of his hedgehog.
Oh, here's my hedgehog.
It was great.
Fine. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, he wrote it in the original Greek or
no, this was in English.
Okay.
Maybe there's room for improvement or a second time around.
So all the stuff there's so much that you are able to see from Flight Radar. Can you tell us about some of the stuff we can't see?
Sure. We get probably a handful of questions every year. Can you track UFOs?
Only if they've got ADS-B.
Maybe I don't know. So those are always fun. And then some of the things that you can't see are certain aircraft without transponders, and then certain folks have asked to be to not be visible on the site. So those are usually folks with security clearances and things like that.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, so the gold subscription, how does that differ from just kind of the normal average, what you would get just by clicking through the website?
Sure. So the biggest thing is like any good internet service, we run ads. With a subscription, there are no ads. With any subscription, there are no ads.
Sure.
And then you really start getting into the aviation stuff, the really fun aviation stuff. So we've got charts, we've got weather overlays, so you can see kind of what the weather looks like either around the world or if you want to drill down in somewhere specific. One of the big things that I know a lot of people like to do is look at previous flights. So with the gold subscription, you can go pretty far back a couple of years with history. So you can see either individual flights, or you can use what we call a global playback and just play back all of the traffic around the world for that period of time. And then you can just click on a random flight, or if you're searching for an area and want to see something, and you can filter things out. And one of the other things that you can do is set alerts for specific flights, for specific airlines. So if you're really interested in seeing the 737 MAX come back, you can set alerts for that particular aircraft type. Or if you're really interested in a single flight or a single registration, that's the aircraft that you really want to see. You can set an alert for that, and you'll get a push notification on your phone or an email to your inbox, and then you know what you're looking for.
And I guess if is there a function where if somebody squawks 77, then that will pop up, or if there's an emergency, is that a feature as well?
Yeah, that's a feature across the app, and that's available to anybody. That's you download the app and you can turn that on. We have 7600, so radio failure, 7700 for general emergency. And we also have for everyone with the downloaded app, we do what we call a featured flight alert. So if we know in advance or during the flight that something exciting is happening, we'll push that out. The most recent one was one of the resupply flights to the Troll Research Station down in Antarctica.
Wow!
So that was fun to follow, landing on the ice runway down there.
Wow!
And one final question, which probably interests Mark slightly more, but the software or the flight kind of records, have they ever been used if there's been any accidents or any investigations? Is any of your data, brought into that?
Sure. So in the past couple of years, we've been involved with providing data to various investigators that have asked for it, and we're happy to work with them, as best we can to provide any of the data that we have so that they can do their jobs. The ADS-B data is instant. It's coming out of the aircraft and it's live. So the ability to have a base layer of data, if there's a serious crash or something like that where they need to, access the black boxes, the ADS-B data gives the kind of a base layer of data until the black boxes can be, accessed and recorded.
Yeah, awesome. So it's fun and it's interesting and it's educational and and it's a force for good as well, which is really, really amazing. Yeah. I love the way that it started. That's incredible.
Purely by accident, and it's only grown since then. So it's
and then look where it is now. Unbelievable.
Yeah. We've grown an incredible amount, and especially in the past 18 months, really. We've added a lot to the team, and we've been working really hard to make the service better and add features and things like that, where we've got users in the app and on the site, and really developing things that people want to use, all the way from casual folks who are just following a few flights to real av geeks that use the site all the time, and then our professional users to make use of it.
Perfect. Well, Ian, thank you very much for
it's been my pleasure.
Raffle. It's very generous, and thanks very much again for coming on and talking to us this evening.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Wow.
Cool, huh?
Really cool. So up next, we have Dave back on. Now, Dave's on a winner this time because he's not got Scott to give him any grief.
Right.
So let me bring Dave back in.
Let me see what I can do.
Yeah, so work your best.
Hey, Dave.
Hi, Mark. How you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good, thanks. Good. So we've scared Scott off, have we?
Yeah, you've won.
Yeah, all right. Fair enough.
For this round, for this draw.
Yeah.
Okay, Dave. So top prize in Raffle C is a 2-hour sim experience with yourself, hosted at Heathrow in the 380.
Yeah.
So the lucky person who wins the prize, can you give us a quick rundown of what they're going to expect on the day?
Okay, so what we'll do first, we'll go into our briefing room, we'll have a chat and find out whether this person's flown anything before or not, if they've been in a simulator before or not, and then we'll just tailor the briefing to that. So if we get an expert, then they can show me how to do it. If we get somebody brand new, then we'll go through the absolute basics. And I think what people will be surprised is it flies just like any other airplane. Yes, it's massive, but it does exactly the same things. You pull back on the control column, it will go up. So we'll do the absolute basics, get into the airplane and spend as much time as we can in the simulator flying it, because people don't want to listen to me talk. What they want to do is get their hands on this thing and fly it.
And I noticed, Dave, you say we'll get to the airplane, and that's the dead right phrase, isn't it? Because so I remember as a kid, I got taken to Cranebank, as it was, and I went in the 747-200 simulator, or 100 simulator, I think it was. And I didn't really know what to expect, but I remember taxiing, sort of pulling onto the runway, lining up on the runway, and feeling the taxiway lights clunking. And then as we took off, I remember we had some papers on the engineer's table, and it all slid to the back. And from that moment, I was in a real airplane. It was quite amazing.
As you both know, they're remarkably accurate, and you very, very quickly forget you're in a simulator.
Yeah, yeah.
Dave, we've just got a video here, which we're just going to play. It's a very short video. It's the 350 sim, so similar but not quite as good as your aircraft, or the 380 should I say.
The motor's short, yeah.
So let me just play this now.
Hundred above. Minimum. One hundred. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10.
Another one of Scott's.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, get your digs in now whilst he's not here.
He's not here to defend himself.
I know. Probably have to fly with him next year.
It's well, never mind. Yeah, it's a real. It can be real sweaty palm stuff. I remember, you know, like I say, my first sim experience when I was a kid, and just being absolutely dripping with sweat, you know, flying the thing. But yeah, so I mean, obviously you've gone to the 350 now, but the 380, I it's difficult for me to say that I was a fan of it. However, I know, it just never really did it for me. It was never an airplane I was going to be anywhere near either, you know, from a seniority point of view. So, but I totally can appreciate what an amazing bit of kit it was. And I remember going to one of the test airplanes and seeing that enormous, you know, all the way from the downstairs door all the way to the top of it. It is enormous, absolutely enormous. But when you're in it, you don't really notice how enormous it is. What's the nice?
It's an incredible machine. When you're sat in it and flying it, you completely forget you've got 70 meters of airplane behind you, an 80-meter wingspan. You can't even see the wings out the window from the flight deck, despite how big they are. And it flies very much like a slightly heavy 320. So it's a really straightforward airplane to fly. Yes, it's very complex behind the scenes, but it's actually a lovely airplane to fly. And whoever comes and flies it in the simulator will find, when they've got the whole hand on the controls, if we can see their hand moving, they'll be overdoing it. It's really is fingertip controls.
Yes.
And that's probably the biggest mistake people make when they first get in there, is they think, oh, it's this enormous airplane, it's 500 tons. I'm going to have to really get my muscles out to fly it. No, fingertips. It's gorgeous to fly.
And anybody who's seen Frank Chapman or any of those guys displaying it, you know, it's incredibly capable. There's loads of performance at light weights.
Definitely.
An amazing airplane. We've got a nice, is that a 380 picture?
No, I think, yes, let me bring
Looks
that
a bit 380-ish. I think I can count 4.
So Dave, can you just give us a really quick rundown on the flight deck of the 380?
Yeah. We're going to get Piggy. Here it comes.
You got it?
Right. Okay. So first things first, we've got the best seats in the world because we've got sheepskin seats of us, which are fantastic, really comfy. So they're superb. If we start on the left-hand side, you'll just be able to make out it looks like a little PlayStation joystick. That's it. That's the main part of the controls. We've got the nice table slightly to the right of that. That's got a keyboard built into it, which we interface with a laptop on the left, which does lots of the maths and calculations and things, also puts the charts on that TV screen. But the main instrument that we use is right in front of you, with the blue on the top, the brown on the bottom, so that's the sky and the ground. Always a good idea that way around. Passengers get very upset if they go upside down. And then to the right of that, we've got the moving map, which on the ground is superb. It was a new thing to me when I came in the 380. It's a moving map on the ground, a bit like you're sat nav in the car. So it helps you taxi around the airport. And that's possibly one of the hardest things on the 380 because it is 80 meters wide. So most airports are designed for the width of the jumbo, which is about 65 meters wide.
Yeah.
So you'll find that lots of the taxiways are not open to the A380. So we have to be very, very careful where we taxi it and where we go, so that we don't knock the tails off airplanes down the taxiways as we're going back to our parking stand.
Yeah.
Then into the centre area, you've got a vertical screen there. Looks like an iPad turned on its top. That's the main instrument display. You'll see 4 small dials at the top. That tells what the engines are doing. And then slightly below that, the 4 thrust levers. And then right at the top, the instrument panel. So that's just like any other big airplane, really, all sectioned out into separate areas. So there'll be a fuel panel, an air conditioning panel, a lights panel. And we pretty much don't touch that other than when we're setting it up or closing it down, unless something goes wrong.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
And obviously that looks kind of bamboozling to some, but I guess the experience in the simulator will focus on just the flying in the airplane, if that's what people want to do.
Yeah, we're not going to be getting people to do the 45-minute pre-flight setup or anything stupid like that with it.
Right, so we'll simulate waiting for a slot.
Well, it could be that, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And Dave, on the day, will the sim have the full motion? Will people be able to, like Mark said, when the paperwork slid off the back of the table, will people be able to feel the aircraft climbing? And
yeah, it'll all be set up to do that, and whoever it is will be amazed. Like I said before, they'll forget they're in a simulator because it is so realistic. The takeoff will feel just like a takeoff. When you land, if it's one of mine, you'll feel it quite hard. If it's one of theirs, I'm sure they'll do better than me. We might even throw an auto land in there and show how brilliant the automatics are at landing the aeroplane. And then it's amazing. It's like when you put your feet on the brakes, you will feel like you're braking hard in a car or in the aeroplane. From the outside, what you see the whole simulator tip on its front when it does that. But you don't feel like you've lost all that sense of perception of what's going on outside. You'll feel like you're in a real aeroplane.
I love that about simulators, the clever way that it tricks your vestibular system and your eyeballs.
It is incredible, isn't it? Yeah.
And will the winner have any say if they want to fly from Heathrow or if they want to go to San Francisco? Will they be able to kind of have an influence over the airports and destinations?
They can go anywhere in the world. So they can choose where they want to take off, where they want to land. I was in the simulator a few weeks ago. We've managed to get one of these things airborne out of London City Airport, which was quite good fun. But they can go anywhere they want, and let's go and find their house. Let's go and find where they live.
Perfect.
And where would be your pick? Where's got a good set of visuals? And
I would either love to fly something mountainous, so flying around the Alps, low level in the valleys, so you get the great views outside. If you want a real bit of fun, let's go see if we can get underneath the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco.
I think we try and avoid doing that sort of thing.
We do for real. That's the one time where they will realise they're in a simulator, not a real aeroplane. Yeah.
So somewhere pretty with a pretty backdrop.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Perfect. Well, Dave, thank you very much for coming on today.
No problem.
And also for your time as well.
It's all gone really well. Fantastic.
Just look at the bottom of the screen there, Dave.
I've seen it. Yeah.
I've got a funny feeling Scotty might be in control of the ticker tape.
He might be, yeah. But he's just jealous he never got to fly it. So
I know. I've never got to fly either. So.
Great, Dave. Well, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and thanks for supporting us tonight.
You too. Take care. See you soon, bye.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Thanks for being on, Dave.
I think I'd quite like to go in the 380.
Would you?
Well, just to have a go.
Yeah, I have to say I would. I absolutely would. It is a stunning piece of engineering, even if it's perhaps mistimed its time in the industry, but it is a stunning piece of engineering. Amazing.
So up next this evening, and this is really the reason why the whole charity was formed and why tonight was put on for everybody and all the funds have been raised, is to support our pilots that have been made redundant. And we are lucky enough to have James on the show. We're going to bring James in now.
Please note I'm not touching any buttons.
Yeah. James, thanks for joining us.
Hello, you're very welcome.
And so first of all, if you could maybe just give us a little bit of background about yourself, kind of how long you've been flying for.
Sure. So I'm 35 now, and I went to Long Beach in California to learn to fly at the age of 20. And it's something I always wanted to do since I was 9 years old, and I went on my first holiday with my grandparents. And so I went there, completely underestimated how much work was involved, only allowed just over 3 weeks, which is all the holiday I could get from my normal office job at the time.
Okay.
And then I came home and realized how much was involved to finish up to actually end up doing it as a job. So it then took me a lot longer, and so commercially I've only been doing it for 4 years as a full-time job. But yeah, so the flying really, it's been a lifelong ambition for me, and something I've always really enjoyed.
And James, that's a story we hear a lot. People who've kind of strive to get the job, and they've maybe had a career beforehand and changed and so on. And it really is. I've used the word before, but shows resilience, and it's always a fantastic story to hear. And it speaks to the heart of being a pilot, really, which is it's a job you have to love, don't you? To stay committed through the long hours and the challenges that the industry throws to you. It is important to have that in you. So.
Sure, I couldn't agree more. It's completely worth it, when you get those lovely days when it's great weather and you get to go to a great destination and meet great people, and you realize you're in charge of this, very complicated, expensive machine, and it's a real thrill. But you're right, there's a lot of work involved in getting there, and a lot of patience and resilience, and yeah, absolutely.
So everybody's kind of got their own story as to how they got into flying and how they got into aviation, but what we really want to hear from you, James, is how is this COVID crisis affected you personally, from your personal life to your career, to what's going on at home? How have you been affected by this?
Sure. Unprecedented is the word I'd really use. So back in February, our home situation was we were happy where we were living. We had a secure job, which meant we were planning our future based on that. Mm-hmm. And a good career, really. All that, as you alluded to before, that hard work and effort had paid off, and finally going to work and enjoying what I was doing. And we'd also found out that we were, my wife was pregnant with our first baby as well, which was lovely. And awesome. He's with us here now, thankfully. But then COVID began, and almost immediately it was the realization that life wasn't normal, and we entered a lockdown. My wages were effectively halved, and that meant I couldn't pay my rent. So we were kind of sat at home immediately having these worries about, well, we can't pay our rent. We have to start having discussions with our landlord, and also just the worry and anxiety about work, and whether all the aircraft became grounded, or flights certainly became less. So it's kind of sat at home for this period of months, really, during the first lockdown, where we were really planning to look forward to our first child, when we were worrying really about money, worrying about rent, worrying about my job, which was our only income. Unfortunately, my wife's self-employed, and she didn't qualify for any help either. So we literally went from having a respectable salary to having a lot less, and really struggling. That unfortunately meant that our landlord started eviction proceedings, and we were really forced out of our home. So we had to move at the point where my wife was 8 months pregnant, and so really, really difficult time. And unfortunately, with my wife being heavily pregnant, and there's a lockdown, and we're trying to limit interaction, it meant a lot of that responsibility was then on me to do the moving and things like that. So really, really difficult time. And unfortunately now I've had to come to the realization that I've lost my job as well. So that income's disappeared, and we're now having to think, well, how on earth do we survive? And one brilliant thing is the pilots. There's a baby joining us. There's a little, there you go, little Robin, who's 8 weeks old. So he's been the joy of all of this, is that he's learnt to adapt from a young age, really. So he won't have any of the problems we've had. He's learnt from us. But so we're now living in a different place. I've lost my job. having to rethink about our career, and but we are enjoying Robin hugely. Yes, that's a brief story really where we are now, and it's not the end of the journey, unfortunately.
And it just goes to show your strength of character, because any one of those, the house move, having a baby, losing your job, any one of those on their own is difficult. It's as an adult and a grown up, it is a difficult thing to do. So to put all three together and then add the financial worries on top, it just must have felt unmanageable.
It's really difficult, and you don't, nobody trains you or gets you ready for that, and even if they do, it's all within that lockdown situation. So, and I'm talking for lots of other pilots, and I'm sure other people in other careers, it's something that none of us expected, and we're all having to learn to deal with, and it's definitely difficult, so yeah.
So as a charity, we're doing a lot of work. We're doing work to kind of bridge that financial hardship. We're looking at placing people in different jobs and giving them a heads up of opportunities of employment. So you're part of this team, and what is it that you value most about what we're doing?
The fact that you're there, really. I mean, there's obvious things like I've applied to a grant from the charity, which is a huge lifeline for us, because what that's really done is it's taken away this that anxiety and that stress and uncertainty, and it's given us breathing space to live, really, and to finally relax and to start enjoying being a family. So that breathing space certainly is really important, but you've also given us links to network with other people in our position, and that understanding that we're a bigger team, and that there's other people we can talk to and relate to, and that really helps, because the job, it's quite a social job, and we're used to interacting with each other. So it would be really easy for me, and others in my situation, to feel very isolated. But what Pilots Together has done is it's enabled us to stay as a community, and it's trying to help that community to recover and to help us all find our new direction, whether that's going back into flying or whether that's something else. So huge support and a help to know that that there's other people there, and that help is available.
And what is your kind of long-term plan? Are you hoping to come back to aviation, or do you think you might pursue a different career path?
I'd love to come back to aviation as and when I can. I think really the main thing, I always wanted to do a job I enjoyed, and I always wanted to fly. So, but there's also that financial commitment that we've had to make as a family, and that's something that hopefully we can in the future rely on to pay back, really. But in the meantime, we're having to rethink and do something different, which is a shame. But every day I can wake up and look forward to going back to flying again, as I always did since I was 9 years old. So hopefully I'd like to go back and fly, and I look forward to that day, and equally, the end of hopefully the pandemic, which has caused change to everybody's life, really. So it'll be just as much a relief to know that we're through the worst of that, hopefully.
And James, have you been able to sort of reactivate your previous career, or?
Not yet. It's been quite difficult, really, because there was we were in a lockdown situation, and there was some uncertainty about my aviation job. It was quite difficult to start making those types of inroads, because lots of people are working from home. It was an office-based job I was doing, so lots of people working home. I was based in London, so potentially would mean a commute. So life was just too uncertain and too unpredictable, really, for me to start applying for jobs and to say, where am I going to live? What hours can I work with childcare? My wife's needed support at home with our little baby as well. So I think longer term, yes, that's certainly something I can look at. But it's still, it's still a strange world. We've just come out of another lockdown, so it's difficult. And you're in a notice period as well, so you can't start applying for jobs, because one might come up and they say, "Can you start tomorrow?" And I say, "Well, no, because I'm still employed." But that's the next thing on the agenda for me.
Yes, yeah, and that, if I may say so, a very thoughtful approach to it, very piloty kind of organised thinking and so on. And I guess, you know, particularly when Pilots Together talking about re-employment opportunities, and people say, well, why don't I pilot? You know, I don't have any aeroplanes. Well, these are the skills that pilots offer. You know, very thoughtful, methodical thinkers, etc.
So, James, if you had one piece of advice that you could offer to, you know, other people and you know, that's been made redundant, who's in a, you know, similar situation to yourself, you know, what would that advice be?
I think seek and accept help, really. As I said before, it's a really unprecedented situation, and lots of people in aviation in particular, but, you know, other careers are finding themselves in a situation they could never have imagined, and actually is completely out of their control. And so, you know, Pilots Together is a great example, has come about to help people in our situation. And it was very hard for us as a family to come to terms with the fact that we needed help. But actually, people genuinely do want to help. And, you know, there are people that have been fortunate that I've spoken to, you know, when I've told my story, and, you know, I've spoken to other people who actually haven't been affected. You know, they've been very fortunate through whatever career maybe they've had, or their family situation at home. And there's a lot of empathy from those people, and they really do want to help. So so that would be my biggest advice, is seek the help and take the help. And it doesn't mean to say that you know, you can't then help other people in the future, or repay back that to those individuals, or perhaps to other people who need your help. So it works both ways, but certainly now is a time of need, and you know, accepting what's happened and accepting help and moving on is the advice that I would give.
Brilliant. Well, James, having just had a baby myself, I know how precious 10 minutes of time can be. So yes. Thank you for giving up your 10 minutes, you know, this evening and talking to us. Very much appreciate it.
Most welcome. Thank you.
And also, when Christmas is coming up, you know, enjoy your first Christmas as a new family.
Yes, I think trees on the agenda tomorrow, so we're really looking forward to that.
Superb.
Perfect. All right, James, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Yeah.
It was lovely to speak to you. Thanks, James.
Take care. Bye.
Wow.
How lovely.
And it just goes to show that, you know, it could be such difficult circumstances for people, you know, and the measure of people and their resilience is, you know, is so impressive.
It's tough. It is tough. And I thought that was great advice, actually. Seek and accept the help. I think that's true, you know, because, you know, people are kind of proud, aren't they? You know, and the help's there, and it might only be very small. It might only just be, as Pete Loggins said, you know, a little bit of cash towards getting your SIM check done, or whatever it happens to be. But seek and accept the help. I think that's.
And actually, from being in a car lost with you, men in particular are horrific at asking for help.
I think that's a sexual stereotype.
So, talking of help, we're going to bring back Scott.
Oh God.
When I say,
I mean, oh great.
When I say helpful.
See, don't bring me back. I'm not going to be helpful at all.
Are you going to leave us again?
I probably am. I'm just going to leave you for a little while. I'm going to ask you to speak to one of my esteemed colleagues, Callum, who's going to help you fill for a little while, just while I assist with the IT issues in the background that may be causing some issues currently. The draw has finished. The draw has been done, but I just can't find out who's won at the moment. So that's going to be a problem. But you speak to Callum, and right. I'll give you a signal of some sort when I have the numbers.
All right, Scott. So, to Callum.
Hello. Hi. How you doing?
Callum is one of our founding trustees.
Hey, Callum.
Nice to see you this evening.
Great to see you too.
So
it's all going very well. Good.
I probably wouldn't use those words, but that's very generous. So, Callum, you have been with us from the start.
I have.
And what was your reason and your motivation for joining us as a trustee?
Well, Lindsay, this all came about from just out of need, in essence. At the time when it looked like redundancies were going to be happening, there was an outpouring that I could see of people just wanting to be able to help, but without a conduit to be able to do so. speaking to other people. There were comments, there were texts, there were ideas for raising through Just Giving and this type of thing. So I thought, right, we need to find a way to make this happen. And it very quickly became clear that the instant sort of the instant gratification of let's just set up a website, let's set up a Just Giving page or something, just wasn't going to be enough. There were so many problems with doing that, and it very quickly became clear that we needed a charity to be able to do the good work that's come about. So that then set about quite a major process of getting together all the right people, and I'm really happy with all the people that we have got together, because we have so many experts in their own fields, not least with media and, dare I say, IT, as well as numerous other fields. I mean, we've been inundated with really great people, and we've managed to put this together in an absolute record amount of time, which is brilliant, because as you well know, we've just started making our first grants to very worthy beneficiaries, and that's what it's all been about.
Yeah, and actually our time frame was pretty much 3 months. You know, from when people were made redundant, we had to get established, you know, get our charity commission status, and then get the processes put in place to be able to offer support. And, you know, in the grand scheme of, you know, charity creation, that was super quick.
And I don't think any of us probably really appreciated that. And I think if any of us had enough knowledge at the start and thought what we might actually need to do, it might have been considerably more daunting. But I think probably due to our collective lack of knowledge at the time, we just set people off in motion, and it just all happened to work out in the right time. But as I say, there's been a lot of legwork by a lot of people in all different areas. And I'm really happy with the support that we've got. Even just running this tonight has been no small efforts on anyone's part, and it all translates into these ticket sales, which translates into hopefully making Christmas a little less terrible for those people who've been made redundant.
And Callum, working collaboratively in very uncertain circumstances is another great pilot skill, isn't it? For those seeking work and for people wondering, well, what can a pilot do for me in work? This is a great example of it.
It is, and we've got about half of our trustees are pilots themselves, who've dedicated a huge amount of time. We've got volunteers who are pilots who are putting all sorts of other non-piloty skills to good effort here, and who knows where this will go to. I mean, this was set about with a very small aim of trying to help a few people who really needed it, but it's becoming more and more clear that this is going to be needed more and more, and across a wider and wider spectrum. If we can continue to raise funds, if we can continue to offer the support that people need, if we can continue to connect people with jobs and make this a worthwhile career and a worthy backstop, then so much the better.
Looking ahead, what are you hoping that the charity will achieve?
Well, as I say, my original aim, it turns out, was probably thinking much too small. I mean, I would like the charity to be in a position to assist anyone, any pilot who falls on hard times, because as we all know, the cost of getting into this business is astronomical, and it's just going up day by day. So the people who do manage to raise the money, and invariably that might be via a second mortgage or a mortgage on their parents' house, to find themselves in this situation is just horrific. And if we can be there as a lifeline or as a backstop to more and more pilots across the UK, who knows? If we have the resources and we're able to expand across a wider network in the future, brilliant. It's we're there to do good where we can.
And it would be interesting if there's an option in the future to, when things settle down and the world's kind of back to normal, if this charity kind of moves to thinking about how to get people in from different backgrounds, or from sort of in kind of non-traditional pathways into the industry, that'd be really interesting.
That's right, and we're a very young charity. We're 3 months old. I mean, it's most charities don't get off the ground in 3 months, and we're already making grants to beneficiaries within that time frame. But yeah, we're also simultaneously in the process of writing our longer term plans and to work out how we can be of use to pilots in the future. So yeah, absolutely, these ideas. Are where we'd like to see ourselves in the future, I think.
Is it worth mentioning that they're basically zero overheads, so all the money's going to the beneficiaries?
Yeah, I think we've probably spent around about £100 on our IT, which probably demonstrates that we need to spend a little bit more on our IT. But literally everything else is going out in beneficiary grants. That's right. Yeah, our treasurer is not very happy. He doesn't like signing off on the checks, but that's what we're there for. And so if people need us, we are there. We would like to be in a position to help as many people as we can. And we can only do that with people buying raffle tickets, with people donating to the charity, if you're in a position to do so.
And also, Callum, if people want to volunteer their time to support the charity, how would you go about doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. We're always looking for volunteers. We're pretty snowed under as it is. So yeah, you can write to me at secretary@pilotstogether.org. You can look on our website. We've got contact details on the website, pilotstogether.org. Not right now because it's obviously overwhelmed with people buying raffle tickets. Thank you. Yes, we are looking to expand the charity into other airlines at the moment, wherever we're needed. So yes, we're very keen to make contact with people who are keen to set up this organisation elsewhere and expand the charity.
And Callum, just one more question before you go. What do you think is our biggest sort of challenge when we try and canvass support from the public?
I think the perception, because it was maybe the case 30 or 40 years ago that pilots just have a lot of money and this is just an unfortunate few weeks for a few people, is probably a very outdated perception, but probably the one that we'll find hardest to overcome. As I say, the average training debts are close to £100,000 these days. Very few people have those sort of resources. And so those who are able to raise sufficient money, it's often with the support of others. And therefore, if you're unable to repay those debts, then it puts people in a particularly difficult situation at the moment. So trying to change the mindset that it's a gilded lifestyle for everyone is going to be a hard one.
Yeah, wise words.
Perfect. Well, Callum, thank you very much for joining us this evening and for your time.
No worries. Thank you.
And hopefully we can get the results out in not too long.
Looking forward to it.
Perfect. Thanks, Cal.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Callum going for the rustic look
He's
this
got
evening.
He's got
well.
good. I was examining his beard. He's very good. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see the charity widen out, particularly as the industry settles down a bit. That'd be really, really interesting.
Okay, so I think we're going to move on to the final raffle for this evening, and I'm going to bring back Mr. Bateman.
Hey, good evening, everyone.
Have you got anything for us?
I sadly, okay, so there's two pieces of news, one really good and one not so good. As the really good one is, I'm currently sponsored by Brewdog. The not so good one is, as Callum kind of intimated, the IT has let us down on this draw again. What's happening is people are trying to go to the website to see if they've won or not, which is overwhelming the website, which means we can't actually tell them if they've won or not because we can't access it either. So the IT team are working feverishly behind the scenes to try and get us the winners of Raffle C. But what I suggest we do is roll on and carry on regardless, as they say. So let's carry on regardless into Raffle D and see where we go from there.
So this is the final draw for this evening. It's called the Top Gun draw, and we have got some AvGeek heavyweight prizes in this draw. Now, there's been so much banter, Scott, on Twitter between you and Dave as to who has the better sim, either the 747 with you and I, or the 380 with Dave. And as Dave's not here anymore, I reckon we should just have a final vote and say 7-4.
Yeah, I think so.
Hang on, we can't hear Scott.
I think he's just moving his lips. No, we still can't hear you.
I'm doing mime.
Oh, it's very
good. It's actually very good.
It's supposed to be arty. I thought we were going to go for the arty bit in the last hour.
So top draw,
my goodness.
Prize in this draw, 747 sim with Scott and I.
What can I say? What can I
Yeah.
say? It will be absolutely awesome. You can forget that French nonsense, all that side sticks, tables. We'll go back to basics with the Boeing, and it will be absolutely awesome, Lindsay. I cannot tell these people how much fun they're going to have in this sim. We're going to take them in for 2 hours. We're going to do everything apart from turn them upside down, because the sim doesn't like going upside down, as you know. I've tried it a couple of times. It really, the hydraulics really don't like going upside down. But we can take them down. We can do low level, as Dave said. We can literally do almost anything they want in the sim. We can take some videos. We can take some pictures. And depending on who comes along, we know who's won the first one, but depending on who wins this one, we might even go to the pub afterwards, I was thinking, and they could buy us some beer, if that was a thing. I don't know. We can see. It'll be fun. All COVID safe. The one thing I do have to say about the Sims, which is on the terms and conditions, but it's worth saying actually here on the stream as well, is that obviously at the moment we're not able to bring people into the simulator building because of the COVID safe restrictions. What we're actually doing is banking this sim for a time in the future, hopefully in the spring, which will be much safer for them to come into the building and get in the sim and interact with us in a safe way. And as I mentioned, we can all go to the pub, which will be fantastic.
After.
After. We have to be serious and very professional at the first bit, and perhaps go to the pub in the evening. And, you know, the Learning Academy, British Airways Learning Academy, is an amazing place if you've never been there before. We kind of take it for granted because we go there quite a bit, but actually the facility is pretty awesome. And one of the coolest things that I think every time I walk into that building, and I know, Lindsay, you've got a picture of the building, is that in the top of the building, in the girders that support the roof, is actually, you just can't quite see it here. You just can't quite see it, can you? Is the BOC shape. The Speedbird is actually in the girders of the building, which is
into the concrete. Quite amazing.
It is absolutely amazing, and it's quite a stunning place to actually come in and walk on this gangway and see the whole of this hangar at Heathrow full of simulators. I mean, it is literally, I don't even think we're actually at the end there. I think there's a couple of simulators behind you, and you can look all the way down. And surprisingly, people might not know is that actually down at the far end, we've got Team Red in there as well. Virgin Atlantic have got their 787 simulator branded right down at the very end as well, but predominantly British Airways. It's an amazing facility, and they'll love it.
So we're going to talk a little bit more about that later on in this hour. So I'll just run through the rest of the prizes for the final draw. So we've also got, and this really is a money can't buy experience, which is a trip to the air traffic control tower at Heathrow, hosted by NATS. And also a look at their digital research lab, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So this tour is going to be a fully guided tour of the tower and all the kind of stuff that happens underneath. But the best part is they get to go in the yellow lift that goes up and down.
No, that is cool. Now, it'll be great to actually talk to Steve in a minute about that. But I have some even better news.
Go for it.
I've got the winners of Raffle C.
Oh my God.
Would you like to know who they are?
Go for it.
Right, let's go for it. Right, let's see if I can make it work. Here we are, They're winners for Raffle C, and bizarrely, it's all done in odd order again. So first prize winner is for the A380 simulator is Seth Miller. Thanks very much, Seth. A big Twitter follower of ours. He's actually lives in the US, I think. So it might be interesting to see how he comes for the sim. He'll have to get a flight across. Second prize winner, flight in the Spitfire simulator. Mark, you're going to be gutted. It wasn't you. It was Kirsten Pista. Fantastic. Third prize, the watch. Dan Johnson won the watch. Congratulations, Dan. I'll be pushing the watch off to you as soon as we can. Fourth prize winner, Harry Air 809, the Jump Jet book signed by the author. It's actually an amazing book if you haven't read it. Jenny Butler, that's going to be winging its way towards you. Darren Harbour's Ultimate Fighter Prince. Just that Graham Baithwaite's won that. Well, thanks very much, Graham, for taking part earlier. Just that you need another fighter print for your wall. Mrs. Braithwaite will love that one, I'm sure. Yeah, sixth prize winner. This amazing print that actually we are going to talk about. Actually, in this hour, we're going to talk about it at about just past the half hour. The print has been won by Nathan Clee. Congratulations, Nathan. And the bottle of port, 99 Squadron Centenary Celebration port, has been won by Michael Shields. Now, Michael, because it is alcohol, we are going to have to confirm that you're over 18 before we send it to you. That is the law, so we'll have to check that out. The eighth winner for the FR24 Gold subscription is Gareth Richardson. Congratulations, Gareth. The Heritage Hangar Tour with the Spitfires and all the other things. Pippa Penfold is going to begin on that with a couple of friends. Congratulations, Pippa. And the 10th prize winner for the limited edition aviation print by JP Santiago. And I don't know if you know, JP is actually a GP. He's actually a doctor who is an absolute av-geek monster and does these amazing prints. It's going to be a Vareg print for Andrew Walling. Congratulations to all the winners of Raffle C.
And we've got a message from Graham. The look on Mrs. Braithwaite's face is priceless.
More stuff. Thanks, Graham.
Okay, Scott, I'm going to continue. Thank you for that. I'm going to continue with our rundown of the final draw. And actually, this guest we've got coming up next. So one of our winners is going to win an all expenses day out in Europe with travel expert Gilbert. So starting and ending at Heathrow, Gilbert's going to whisk you away somewhere in Europe, treat you to lunch, give you the best tips and travel advice, and then hopefully bring you back at the end of the day as well. And
Gilbert, he's, number one, he's such a nice guy. Number two, he obviously knows what he's doing. I just love that, just being whisked away.
I could whisk you away.
Yeah.
Or would you prefer Gilbert?
But yeah, okay. Okay,
so we'll speak to Gilbert in just a few minutes. We also have a private tour of the historic London Croydon Airport.
Oh, that's going to be really cool.
Yeah, that will be cool.
The world's oldest air traffic control tower. Sticking with the historic theme, there's a piece of aviation history, which is one of the prints from the final BA flight, the 747 from Heathrow. We've also got a signed copy of Mandy Hickson's book, An Officer Not a Gentleman, and Mandy's going to come on within the hour and speak to us.
She's awesome.
We've got a limited edition 747 print from Graphics 856, which is a collaboration with James Dinsdale, and we're going to speak to Chris, who kind of commissioned the work just for today. We've got a cockpit bomber set. Again, the winner can choose which model of aircraft they'd like. And we've got a Flight Radar Gold subscription to round off the draw. So I'm going to be welcoming Gilbert Ott, travel expert, coming on. Gilbert, welcome to the show.
Good evening.
Hey, Gabe, how are you?
I feel like this is like an annual Sunday thing for us, or weekly.
You know what? You're into next Sunday with us as well, Gilbert. You don't know it yet.
How's everyone doing?
We're good.
We're good. We're good now that the IT's catching up, and the BrewDog is lubricating the IT people to a point where we can actually get something done. But apart from that, everything's fine.
They taught you how to use the keys, then, Scott?
No, I'm not touching anything. Mark and I are banned from touching anything.
I'm the one that switched us off. I need to step out.
So
I'll be back
Gilbert,
later.
very generous
See
of
you,
you
Gilbert.
to take one of our winners away to Europe for the day. Give us an outline of what you've got planned.
Okay, so I have British Airways Gold status still, which I enjoy very much, and that means that we can use the first wing when we depart. If we leave from Heathrow, obviously, if we go from somewhere else, that might change, but that's the plan. We'll leave from Heathrow. We'll have some bubbles in the lounge, if that's your kind of thing. And keep in mind, like this is very date flexible. So this is when when you feel like traveling, hopefully later in the year when things are in an improved state. So it's not something you have to be booking right now. We can figure this out. But yeah, we're going to go. I'm going to pick the destination. I'm going to pick where we have lunch. I'm going to pick where we probably end up at a bar somewhere later in the day. If it's a city I know, hopefully some cool places that you might not typically see on a day out in one of these cities. And yeah, I mean, my time is your time. So we're just going to hang out as if we're going on one of these TV shows where they put two random people together and have them live it up for a day in Europe. So I really hope that someone wins this who is going to enjoy it. I hope that they're as nuts as I am. And I'm looking forward to this very obscure and awesome day that we're going to have together. Some of which we may never be able to talk about on things like this. So,
you know that Steve and I won that raffle a couple of years ago, and we both ended up going out for lunch with you to a friend of ours restaurant. To a friend of ours restaurant, an Italian, and we had a pasta summit, which ended up in drinking so much red wine that it's the kind of thing we don't talk about on this kind of street.
Yeah,
you are correct.
Agreed.
Yeah,
I was like, no, it'll be just a couple hours, just lunch.
Yeah, and that only involved a taxi, not an air flight. So yeah. I'm envious of this individual who gets to win this.
We're gonna have a really good time.
So, no, please.
And when will this person know where they're going?
I think we could maybe mutually discuss that. Like one of those things. Like if you want to know, I can tell you. But if you want to just be surprised, and I just give you a time and you say, "Be at Heathrow, let's do this." I kind of, if it was me winning, I think I'd want to go that way. It'd be fun to like not know and. I'd probably these days confirm visa restrictions and stuff. but assuming that's easy enough, then yeah, I think it'd be fun to just kind of have a mystery day out. I'll try to plan something really cool, and then you can know as much or little as you would like about the day before it happens.
And do you have a kind of in your mind? Do you have a short list of the cities that you enjoy? Like where would be your favorite European cities?
Definitely.
Give us maybe a couple.
I'm just food obsessed. So, we're going to go somewhere that is famous for having indulgently great food, and no European culture has successfully created indulgently good food without also superb wine to match said food. So those are my two passions. They will come together in some way. And that's as far as I'm going to go with my where we might go for now. But that leaves plenty of options, thankfully, on this continent. So
it sounds amazing.
How did you get into travel?
How did I get into travel?
Yeah. What kind of ignited your passion and your excitement and your enjoyment of travel?
I think, like many people on here today, a love of planes was probably the beginning of it. I was obsessed with anything that went into the sky, and as a kid, I remember simpler times when you could go into the flight deck more easily and seeing all the buttons. I was just upset. I was just like, okay, this is for me. And then my career ended up launching me in a variety of tangents before I became an obscure travel blogger. And yeah, so it's always been a part of my life, and planes were the thing that made me like, okay, I want to do this more often. Even just the feeling of takeoff and landing. That's
perfect. And favorite place, sort of, what's your favorite cuisine? If you had to choose a country to go, would it be Spain, France, Italy? Where's your favorite?
We talking Europe or are we talking generally?
No, let's go worldwide. Let's go global.
Right. I'm going to Japan. That's like a, I have 3 speculative bookings for later in this year. That's how much I'm obsessed with Japan. I have 3 bookings, which probably won't happen, but I have them stacked up so that one of them hopefully will actually come to fruition if borders open and the world aligns magically. So yeah, I'm fully obsessed with Japan. I'm one of those people that believes that if they're doing it, I should probably do it too. Like, you know, they're smarter than we are in almost every way, which of course like may not be true, but I just buy into that to everything. So if you see me walking down, you know, wearing a kimono, that's just part of the.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I have only been to certain parts of Japan, and I'm, to be honest, not a big fan. So you might have to educate me, Gilbert, in the future. But you make some amazing blogs, particularly your blogs around 24 hours in cities. I love those. Those are amazing. Are you going to make a blog about this? Is the winner going to be part of a blog if they agree to be part of a blog for your site, which would be amazing if they did?
Yeah, it would be really fun. It'd be really fun because I think, you know, again, kind of speaking under the idea that travel will get better, it will become more normal, and all those things eventually again soon. There's so much you can do in just 24 hours, even just a day trip, especially in Europe. Like that's the magic of Europe to me, is that you can venture out in 24 or 48 hours and have a completely culturally uplifting experience, try things you haven't before, see things that you've always dreamed of. And I'm glad you like the 48-hour guides, because they're like one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
I think that's what I seek as a traveler. So that's what I try to fill there, where it's like, okay, I landed here. What's somebody who's kind of in the know going to tell me I should be doing, and where do I prioritize for eating and everything? So yeah, I would love that to be something, you know, if we could document that for the day, and to hear somebody's feedback, because of course these are things that I like, and you know, there's no guarantee they're any good to anyone else. So be curious to see if, you know, if we follow one of my guides, if the person's like, yeah, I hated everything that Gilbert took me to.
Well, it's really interesting you say that, because actually we might film it, Gilbert. The more I think about it, the more I think we should film this and bring it back and show people actually how great a time they did have, or actually maybe not.
They left me in Europe, took an earlier flight.
I'm sure that wouldn't happen. It sounds amazing, Gilbert. The winner will be really lucky to, well, one, to get into the coveted first wing, and then go beyond that and have a surprise journey around Europe with all the trimmings that will bring.
I'm really looking forward to it.
So are we, Gilbert. Thanks for coming on again, buddy. I know it's been like 5 minutes since we had you on the show previously, but we really enjoy you having on. You're a great supporter of the charity. I know how much work you've done in the background, particularly helping with Steve and Chris and getting the 856 graphics print made. I really, really appreciate it.
I think the print is amazing, by the way.
It does. In fact, we're going to talk to Chris, and don't give anything away. We're going to talk to Chris about the print later, but it'd be fantastic to see that. And thank you for your help, Gilbert.
And thanks for what you guys are doing. Really appreciate it. Lovely to see you both.
See you soon, buddy. Bye. Wow, that was amazing. Lindsay?
Yeah, I think if it was me, I wouldn't want to know.
No, I wouldn't want to know either. I would want it to be a complete surprise. Lindsay, I know you're excited for the next guest to come on. Yeah, look at that. She's excited. I can see.
Ready as well.
No. We're not yet. Oh. I want you to come on. Calm down. Right. Calm down, Lindsay. I know you've got a crush on our next guest. There's a woman crush going on here. It's just ridiculous. Our next guest has also been on the Layover. She is a world famous author now. Has done a book, which in fact he says, this book, An Officer Not a Gentleman, and you can get one of these in the draw, signed by the author Mandy Hickson, who will be with us in about 45 seconds when we come back after this. Hey, Mandy,
Hey,
welcome.
guys, cheers.
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 See you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Lovely to be
Again, like Gilbert, it only seems like a couple of days since we last saw you here.
I know. I've been unfortunately out for a whole afternoon of walking with one of your colleagues, a lovely lady called Ness Ovens, who unfortunately took me via many different establishments. So basically, yes. Yes, so we've had lots of substantial meals today.
Perfect.
Yeah, 4 pints worth of substantial meals. Sounds amazing.
Meals.
So, Mandy, I'm going to let Lindsay ask the questions because you and I both know that Lindsay has a huge crush on you as a fighter pilot. I'm not even going to get involved in this one. I'm going to let Lindsay ask all the questions because she's spent about 3 days framing all these questions for you. And I've only got one question at the end, which I'll drop in. Lindsay, over to you.
Thanks. Hi, Mandy.
Hi, Lindsay.
Well, actually, I'm going to go off piste because I don't have anything prepared. So Scott really dropped me in it. Thanks, Scott. So first of all, thank you very much for donating the signed book to the raffle.
My pleasure.
Now, Scott and I have both read the book and we loved it. So if you can you just give us a really quick rundown as to what it's about, what the readers can expect, and maybe give us one of your highlights, one of the stories that you enjoy the most.
Okay, so I'll be honest, I absolutely loved writing this book because it took me back on my journey through my entire piloting career. And you know what? You never know what's in front of you when you're signing up to be a pilot. And I think it's just this voyage of discovery, isn't it? Yeah. And it felt like that for me because every single thing that I did led to the next. And I'm not going to share the story that I normally share because I normally share, oh, it was wonderful teamwork. But one of my favorite chapters in the book is my conduct after capture chapter, whereby I was reading it out for my the audio book, basically, which is going out in February. And basically, I'd had to send the chapter to this guy because there's something that gets released in this chapter. Releases a really good description of what actually happened because something did get released in the actual story itself because basically we had a horrific time and we ate a fudge that was out of date. So let's just say something got released in someone's bowel movements that should not have been released. And I had to send the chapter to the guy to say, are you really happy? He's a British Airways pilot as well now. I said, are you happy for me to release this chapter with your name under? And he went, very proud. Very proud. And I love that chapter. So do you know what? If you want to find out what about it really is like to go through conduct after capture, survival training, fast jet training, do you know what? And eat the fudge that's out of date and what happens as a consequence. I think you should read the book.
So I don't know if you heard, Mandy, but we've had some of our redundant pilots on and they've been giving us an insight into, how their lives have been affected by the COVID crisis. Yeah. And one of the kind of threads in your book that was constant throughout was about resilience.
Yeah.
And, do you have any sort of advice that you can offer these, guys and girls that are now out of a job? Because, when I think about who would be the best person to give resilience advice, your name's the person that crops up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think resilience is key to everything. You can never give anyone the gift of resilience, by the way, or grit. You can't say, I want to give my child grit or confidence. You can't do that. That is something that is intrinsically bought by time learned. And I think, as pilots, we do build a level of grit because we build it up through failing things, but also through realizing that we need a purpose. And what I would say to all the guys that are out there, and I know it's a really challenging time, and my husband is working with Resilient Pilot and he's mentoring loads of the young guys that are really struggling at the moment. And I hear his stories and it's tough and I get that. And guys, we are all with you. And that is why this charity is so important, Pilots Together, because you know what, whether it's military or whether we're civilian or commercial, doesn't matter. It's that coming together as pilots, but because actually we need to build up that resilience, and we do it by setting smaller goals. So all I would say is break down things to build up your confidence again. Rather than setting up, I need to do this and it's way out there and it's too big, break it just down into a really, really easy, achievable target, even if it's a to-do list. Do you know what? I did it the other day. I had this, my brain was buzzing with all the things I needed to do. And I just thought, do you know what? I need to get them on paper. Write them down and then start crossing them off. The pleasure of crossing off a to-do list is incredibly powerful. You know, Lindsay, do it as a mum. You know what? Get up, feed child, cross, success. I managed it. Because you get this sense of achievement. And every time you cross off something, you sense that you are achieving something towards your goal. So do you know what? Have big goals on there, but have smaller ones. Have achievable targets, because it builds up your confidence to feel that you're moving forward and achieving things daily.
You know, it's funny because I write lists for Mark, and I don't think he feels that same level of reward and satisfaction adding to the bottom of it.
But I would just keep on adding, and I just and praise them when honestly, I actually write things on my list, and I'd love to hear. Please give me feedback. Anyone out there, write things on your list that you've already done, because that's when you know you're a bit sad, because you write things you've already done, because then you can cross them off straight away, and you still get a sense of satisfaction.
Definitely.
What can I say?
So what's your plans, Mandy, for the next couple of weeks? Are you busy with work? Are you getting ready for Christmas?
So next week, I've actually got this next week coming, I've got a really quiet week, which is lovely because I get to do some lovely walks with some fantastic people.
Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to joining you. But the week after, bizarrely, it's this manic run up to Christmas, and it's been great. So I do motivational speaking, and it seems a lot of companies are really looking for a boost before Christmas. And so I've got about 9 speeches booked in, all virtual, a whole array of different companies all over the world. And this is, so what I would say to guys is, look for the opportunity in the negative. So for myself, I think, I can't travel, I can't do what I was doing. I can now have a global reach, and it's to on a medium that is accepted as completely normal. So suddenly I'm speaking to Australia, Canada, whereby people would not have said, oh yeah, I will take a Zoom call from Mandy. That would not have happened before. It's happening now. So that's a massive boom to what we're doing. And so take the positives that you can. So yeah, I've adapted, and I always believe adaptability is the key to, as they say, adaptability is the key to air power.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all over it. Scott, do you remember that from training?
I do, yeah. And Mandy, it was drilled into us, wasn't it? Flexibility is the key to air power. No. In fact, it was beer and wine was the flexibility, because more stuff got achieved in the officers' mess bar than it ever did in any staff work or anything else. You know that more than I do.
Absolutely.
I thought it was amazing. Mandy, my question, and I'll let Lindsay ask some more questions in a minute, but my question was, I loved the book, by the way, absolutely loved it, as you know, and we've talked about it before. But the bit for me that made me laugh the most, and it was visualizing in my head you going for a wee in an ejection seat. Now, this, Mandy, please don't let your husband get overly worried. The visualization wasn't that much, but the way that you explained it in the book, I was actually wetting myself. It was
Mandy. That's the problem.
Mandy was. Well, you couldn't wet yourself. That was the problem.
Oh God.
It was the fact that you said, you know, if we crash now, we've got the pins in the seats because I'm actually out the seat, and if we crash, they're never going to AEIB are never going to be able to explain that one away. Yeah. You couldn't even eject.
It was a nightmare. Do you know what makes me sad, actually, though, Scott, to be honest? I mean, that whole thing was quite funny at the time. And it when I look back, well, apart from basically giving myself a urine infection and a kidney infection and not being able to fly for 2 weeks, but it was quite funny when you look at it. But isn't it sad that we had not come up with a concept when we basically had put women in the fast jet front seat, and yet we couldn't work out how on earth we could let them actually go to the loo. And we still haven't. And bizarrely, I did a webinar with this lovely lady over in America who said, I'm doing a PhD in how to come up with a really good solution for women to wee in the cockpit. And I thought, oh God, we still haven't got one. So here we are 20 years later and we still haven't got one. And so, yeah, I mean, this poor guy in the back seat was like really bantering me going, shh, oh, rivers running, streams. And then he realized she's got to land the jet and I'm now really bantering. Yeah. That's not good. So, yeah.
And her bladder is now like a bouncy castle. Yeah, there is nothing good about that. There is nothing good about that. Mandy, I can only commend the book to everyone who's watching. It was an amazing read. I'm actually looking forward to the second book. There's got to be a follow-up to this. Come on. There has to be. You have to find something else. Just make up stories like you do in the bar. It'll be fine. It'll make a great book.
Make them up. It'll be fine. But Scotty, can I just take this moment, in my moment of glory here, talking to you two, is that you've set up this charity and so far you have raised £22,075 for this charity draw. Now that is phenomenal. And you have done it, guys, off your own back. Now, what I would say is that does not happen just like that. The effort that you guys have put in is phenomenal. So thank you to all the pilots that are struggling out there, for everyone that is having a difficult time. Because do you know what? The whole thing of this is pilots together. And actually, military, civilian, commercial, let's all get together to embrace the fact that, you know what, this is a tough time. It's a tough time. So let's come together. Let's help each other out, and let's just show each other just how great we can all be together.
Totally. That's totally amazing, and thank you so much. And it is about all the pilots. I've just got to stress that there is a huge team behind us. It's not just Lindsay and I, and you've met some of the other trustees on the stream this evening. We all work exceptionally hard. We're all very passionate about this. And this is, as you say, is just the beginning. This problem isn't going to go away, and it's going to continue. And there are other problems in our industry that actually we'd probably like to sort out as well. And I think Callum touched on some of that earlier. The inordinate amount of money that's required for training if you don't go through the military route just actually is a barrier to so many entering our industry, and we'd like to see that changed as well in some way. So thank you for your support. I know you and your husband support us anyway, and we're very grateful for that. And we'll hope to have you hopefully on the Christmas party if Lindsay hasn't talked to you about that.
Oh yeah.
No, so that's
I've not mentioned it yet.
Not mentioned it yet. Lindsay will mention the Christmas party. That's coming up soon.
I mean, look, she's there.
Christmas stockings. Wait a minute, here you go. Christmas stockings and everything.
That's all right. It's the only time Lindsay will ever buy a drink, or me, because we're both Scottish.
I'm a Mancunian, so I'm almost as northern and tight.
Mandy, thanks so much for coming on. It's always a pleasure to have you on, and I know that it's always a pleasure for Lindsay as well. Mark,
Hi, Mark.
Hi, it's the famous Mandy Hickson laugh.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Brilliant. Mandy, thanks so much, and we'll see you again soon. Thanks for your support, and thanks for the book and we'll see who gets it later.
Yeah, absolutely. Great, guys, and keep up the great work. And Lindsay, look forward to seeing you next week.
Perfect. See you soon. Bye.
What, Lindsay? You see you next week?
You don't need to know about it. It's a girl thing.
Or was it part of that girls' Facebook group that Callum's desperate to get in on, but can't? Oh, you can't tell anybody about that. Oh, right. Okay, fair enough. What we're going to do is slight change of plan.
Okay.
We're going to talk about this amazing print that we've got, and we've already given a couple away, but we're going to talk to Chris about that in a second. And then we'll talk to Steve. Bring Steve back on for just a little bit to talk about Nats, which is in the Raffle D draw as well. But first, Lindsay, show us the print.
So are we going to go with the picture first?
Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get the print up.
So here is...
So
is this what you're after?
That's the one. Tell us the story about this picture, Linz.
So this picture was taken by aviation photographer and pilot James Dinsdale as it was touching down in LAX. I can't remember when he took the photo, but James actually had a flight in a helicopter and he was able to get this image.
It's a stunning image, isn't it? And what we've actually done for the charity is turn this image with the help of Chris. Hello, Chris.
Hi.
How are you?
How are you doing? Good, thank you.
Yeah, really good. Yeah. With the help of Chris, we've turned this image into an amazing print. Can we just take it down for a second and we'll just talk to Chris a little bit about this print? Chris, I know that you do this for a living. This is what you do. How do you take a photo like that and change it into something which, and I've seen the print, is utterly stunning? How long does it take? What's the process?
This one was one of the really quick ones. This took about 2 weeks to do, like a long time. But usually they take me a lot longer than that. It can be up to 2 months to do a print. But it's work in Illustrator and Photoshop, and that's it. It's a lot of very detailed work and very really working into the prints. And I don't know, I guess really like when I saw that initial photograph, I could see the finished print. I could see what it was going to look like. And I think that's why I did this one fairly quickly. Like some of them are a lot harder to do, but this one really came together very quickly. But yeah, that's it essentially there. It's drawing in Illustrator and Photoshop.
It's brilliant. So Chris, what we've got is we've got some of the prints that you shared with us, some of the processes to the print. Now we've got the first part of that process here. Lindsay's just about to bring it up. There we are. So this is the first part of the process. Looks like a bit of a line drawing to me. Now is this done in CAD or is this done in? You obviously don't do it by hand.
No, this is all done in Adobe Illustrator, and it's basically it's drawing using the mouse, creating lines. A lot of it is done by creating shapes within shapes. So where you might see things that are outside the line of the plane, that's because what I've essentially done is drawn the blue section at the bottom of the plane and then clipped that into the main shape of the plane. And so that's why it all looks a bit strange at the moment, but you can sort of see from the finished print, or you will in a minute, how it looks finally. So it's a lot of very, very detailed work goes into it. That's why it takes so long. So
it looks amazing. Now we've got another bit here where we've started to see a bit of color coming into this. Now this brings in sort of the traditional colors of this particular airline. But how do you choose the colors? I mean, is it inspired by something, or do you just think actually that's the feel of it? I quite like this.
Sometimes I will take a lot of the colors of that's actually. So what I'm doing, if you can see that section of the wing, what I'm doing there is actually picking colors from the original photograph. So that's how I get a lot of the colors that way. But then when you eventually see the final piece, you'll see a lot of different background colors. And so it's the bold, bright colors that sort of make the work quite different and quite unique. And I don't know, for this one, I just thought I'd try and give it a bit more of a fun sort of, everyone needs a bit of a lift at the moment, try and give it a bit of a, get everyone excited about travel again sort of a vibe, really. So that was how I decided on those colors. But I went through a lot of different colors to get to these ones. That was a day's worth of work just to get those background colors. So, yeah.
And when you're picking all your different pictures, do you have like a photographer that you like to team up with? Is it, a picture that you see maybe on Twitter or Instagram, or is it photos that you've taken yourself? How do you find sort of like your next piece, so to speak?
Some of them are photos I've taken myself. Actually, the work I've been doing recently is actually a lot of the photos have been from Gilbert from God Save the Point. So I've been working with him a little bit on, because obviously he's got an amazing catalogue of photography of travels all over the world and planes. So that's where my work is sort of focused at the minute. But, you know, I'd say the travel industry gives you a lot of focus to create anything and any of these destinations all over the world. And that's it. You know, there's so many good pictures out there that Gib takes, and even I got a few from this one from Scott and Steve. So that's how, and actually from this picture we went through a lot of different photographs before I sort of saw this one and thought, right, that's the one I think could really be a great picture. So
and Chris,
yeah.
the original picture taken by James, very pin sharp, you know, really great. But do you ever work with a picture that's a bit kind of suboptimal and turn it into something really awesome?
Well, some of Gib ones, yeah, I quite like that. But no, yeah, some of them are quite low res, and that does make it quite difficult. It helps massively when you've got a really high resolution picture that you can zoom into and get all the details. So yeah. With something like this, it was really helpful having a high res picture. So yeah.
And do you tend to just do airliners, or do you do, you know, military jets? Do you do small light aircraft, or, you know, do you do other sort of methods of travel? You know, what are your main sort of focus?
It's mostly, I'd say, destinations and sort of airlines at the moment. I would love to do some military fighter jets or something like that. I haven't worked with anybody on those, but that would be an amazing area to work on. Yeah, or even some vintage warbirds or something like that could be quite cool, or something would be interesting. Yeah, I'm open to suggestions for future work. So yeah.
And where do you, I mean, this kind of style, where does it kind of come from? Where do you draw that inspiration from? Because it looks kind of almost deco-ish, or
yeah, I don't know. I'd say my sort of main inspirations from artists are possibly even some of the pop artists of like Warhol, or even a lot of the work that Shepard Fairey does, like Obey. Some of his really big pictures, they're all done digitally and they're worked into, and it's a big style of art that a lot of people are doing at the moment, working on the computer. It's just a way. I mean, I would never be able to make anything like that with my own hands, like painting or drawing. So to be able to use the computer it's just a style of work that I don't know. I just started working and creating stuff, and this is just how the style comes out. It's just a style that seems to suit the work I do. So yeah.
And if people are interested in, you know, buying some of your work, where do you have a website? You know, do you have an online store? What's the best way for people to kind of see your gallery and see the pieces that you've done?
Yeah, so they can look at my website, which is graphic856.com. So they can see all the work there. There's about 7 or 8 pieces on at the moment. There's another BA 747 on there, and there's a Virgin A350. So there's a few planes.
I saw that one. That one was awesome.
Yeah, so that one I actually did. That one I did during the first lockdown, and the first BA one. So it's it took a few months just to get those two done. So
the red, the color that you used for the Virgin one, I love it. I think there's sort of like a darker background, and I just thought it looked great.
Yeah, sometimes I will add some texture into the backgrounds. With this BA one, it didn't really require any of that, but the Virgin one needed something in the background to lift it. So yeah,
perfect.
Looks utterly amazing, Chris. And I have been involved in, everything's run on WhatsApp now, isn't it? And I've been involved in a WhatsApp group that's been involved in building this print and watching you take it along the stages. And I think it's utterly awesome. And thank you very much for supporting the charity and doing it so quickly as well. Because I know it was kind of dropped on you, and you did it at very short notice. For us, we really appreciate it. And visit Chris's website and buy his prints, because his prints are awesome. No matter what airline you work for, they are absolutely awesome. Chris, cannot thank you enough for coming on and explaining how you built the print, and also supporting us. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thanks very much.
Thanks Chris. Bye-bye.
Okay,
bye, Chris.
Wow, it does look cool.
It does look really cool, doesn't it? I am a bit of a Jumbo fan, as you know, but it does look awesome. I think Lindsay, we're going to just slide back a little bit now in time, back to Nats. We haven't talked about the Nats prize. It's brilliant. And I went on a visit with Steve, and actually Arthur Williams and I went with Steve, and we went to the Nats Tower, and we did a thing about the digital tower, which is in the base of the Nats Tower.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the tour.
It is. And we've got a slide with the Nats digital tower on it, I think. And I'm going to bring Steve back to tell us how awesome it was to be there. Steve, hi, welcome back. Oh, Steve's doing the mime again. Hi, Steve, welcome back.
Yeah, if I knew how to use my technology, it'd be good, right?
No, yeah, yeah, I can. We're all struggling this evening, Steve. It's fine.
Well, the problem is, Scotty, you reminded me of the pasta summit, so I had to get some paracetamol because I still have a headache from all that wine, and that was a couple of years ago. Like, so I'm not, not clicking. But you guys have been doing a great job on the live stream. Congratulations, well done, and it's great to see you raising so much money. So amazing.
Oh, thanks, Steve. It's as you know, it's a big team effort. I'm just going to stick this up for a sec. As you know, we went and visited this live. Steve, tell us, how cool was it?
Yeah, so NATS is an amazing organization, and if you don't know them particularly, they track, I think it's 2.4 million flights across the UK every year, 250 million passengers. They operate at 14 UK airports in 30 countries around the world. And so the Heathrow Tower is just incredible. It's 39 meters high, and you get to see the entire airport. But this room that you're showing on the screen is really the jewel in the crown, because they've been working on this new digital technology so that when the Heathrow Tower is fogged in, or when there's a decreased visibility, they can use artificial intelligence and these amazing 4K cameras to increase traffic flow. They can recover some of the deficit that they lose. And you go in, and what's incredible about it is there are literally 4K cameras all over the Heathrow airfield. And you can zoom in on anything, but there are individual labels on every aircraft, and it's just exceptional. And so, Paul Beecham and the team at NATS have just been, great partners to us and great partners to the charity. And it's an experience you don't want to miss. I will tell you, though, that going up the tower can be a little bit daunting because there are 2 lifts and there's a stairway. The outside lift, you got to, if you're not a heights person, you got to, watch yourself. The inside lift is fine, and you don't want to have to walk up 39 meters.
Yeah, in fact, I think the day we went, that one of the lifts was broken, and I almost had a heart attack thinking about walking up the 39 meters. It was stunning. I mean, Steve, you've been to the top. Tell us about
couple times. Yeah, it's exceptional. I think when you look at it from down below, you don't realize just how big it is and what the view really is like. And the tower is fantastic. I mean, it was moved on a crawler from one location on the airfield to be put in place. It's just an exceptional piece of engineering. But what's really amazing about it is you've got just a few people at the top managing all of the inbound and outbound air traffic at Heathrow. But you've also got NATS and places like the Swanwick Control Center that are managing UK airspace. But the view from up top is just incredible. It's 360 degrees around the airfield and London. You can see it in the distance on a clear day. It is absolutely dead silent on the top level, and you have to be very lucky to get up to the top level. We were fortunate enough to, but that's where they're working, and they're working the aircraft. They are, as you can see in the image here, it's all digital, but they have all the backup paper strips in case. And what's fascinating about it is one would think that air traffic control, which again, started at Croydon, and I know that we have a prize from Croydon coming up, so you can talk about that. But air traffic control, you think it's this manic process where everybody's running around managing an inbound and outbound, turn left, do this. It's actually so smart because one person has a sector. There's a terminal control. There's a departure control. There's an arrival control, and it is almost a symphony in the way they handle it. And it's just exceptional to be there. And so I can't thank the NATS team enough, and Paul and everybody else. And they've just been fantastic to partner with us here at Pilots Together.
Steve, absolutely brilliant. I'm so jealous that somebody's going to get to go and do it, because we had an amazing day there with Arthur, and we did some filming for the Av Geeks around the digital tower, which was actually really inspiring. And I think that's going to be the future of air traffic control, actually. I think, we already see it with London City, where it's controlled from Swanwick with the digital tower. And I think digital towers will be the future. But Steve, thanks for coming back. And I know you're like our go-to guy now when we're looking to fill. Thanks so much, Steve.
Scotty, one thing before I go, the other thing Gilbert was talking about was our shared love of Japanese food. And I know that you and I had an experience where we went out and tried fugu, which was the poisonous fish. We both survived, but we did try it. We were wondering, which of our wives would be getting the phone call, but we managed to get through. Anyway, thanks everybody. Great job so far, and we'll see you later.
Cheers, Steve. Speak to you soon. Wow.
Do you know, we often say that as pilots, we have the best view in the house, but actually the guys at the top of the tower, the guys and girls that do the controlling, I think we come in a close second to them.
Yeah, I think we do. And I'm really, really jealous of the person who goes there. I'm just waiting now to be notified that winners of Raffle D, it's literally going to be happening in the next couple of minutes. We're just waiting for that to come up. It'll be interesting to see. But until then, Katie's going to come back and talk about being a charity trustee. And I'll let you two have a chat with Katie whilst I chat with the IT guy again.
Okay. Hi, Katie.
Hi, nice to see you.
Welcome back, Katie. Have you moved? You moved rooms?
Technically speaking, I've moved house.
Oh, okay. Well, not since earlier.
The previous one doesn't have any furniture.
Okay.
Don't ask.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Great
Katie,
to see you.
You've joined us as a trustee.
Yes.
And why did you choose to help us out? What was your motivation for joining?
So I was thinking about this earlier, and I couldn't quite put my finger on how I'd kind of got here. It was a slightly circuitous route, but through various means, through some human factors work that I did last year as part of my master's degree, and through some of my air cadet work, I got sort of chatting to Scott about some stuff that we were doing and we could do and we could offer the kids. And I think having sort of seen my background and what I've done and what I'm into, he suggested I might be interested in getting involved. And of course, it's a fascinating and fantastic opportunity to broaden the scope of the trustees, to bring something a little bit different. And when asked, why would you say no? There's so much good that we can do. And the people are okay, I suppose, but
you can't win it all, can you?
Well, quite.
And just a question: did you and Scott coordinate your outfits tonight? Because it looks like you've both gone for the checkered shirt option.
Scott's actually.
I'm actually in my pajamas because this is going on so long. It's way past my bedtime. So don't start on that, Scottish woman. I'm out now. In fact, Mark is outnumbered here because there's 3 Scots, and Lindsay, you're actually the one who didn't get the memo about wearing checkered tartan. Is the word you're looking for?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not checkered shirts. And anyway, pilots all wear checkered shirts. Checkered shirts, jeans, and Timberlands, isn't it? Is that not the uniform?
That's right.
I'm going to red chinos this evening.
Oh, get you in your chinos.
I'll be done.
So Katie, you've seen that we've managed to obviously raise some funds for the charity. We've been able to give out some of our grants. But from your point of view, how would you measure the success of the charity?
It's really difficult, I suppose. Kind of as a human factors proponent, I really want to say happiness. I want the net happiness of the pilots that we're dealing with. But how do you measure that realistically? How can we actually tell if we are making people happier, making their lives easier, and doing what we've set out to do? There's an argument for actually getting fewer people applying for assistance. The point at which we don't have people that need us anymore is the point at which we've done what we've achieved, or what we set out to achieve. Is that ever going to happen? Realistically, probably not. We always have transitory unemployment in our industry. It's by its very nature, it's a little bit unstable. But yeah, in an ideal world, I'd like to say the happiness and lack of stress affecting the pilots that we're dealing with.
And I think when James was talking earlier, he talked, precisely about that, about all the pressures that were mounting up, and just, being able to take a little breather from it, which is, to him,
nothing to worry about, isn't it?
Yeah. I suspect that's worth way more than the cash itself, isn't it? That mental health element and that peace of mind.
Yeah, and kind of, like Mandy said about being resilient, sometimes, just making a list or, doing a job list or, writing small manageable tasks and trying to tick them off as you go, is quite a good coping method for that, I would say.
It's important you're there to help you out with that, isn't it? And to say, why don't you, what's in your list? What are you going to write down? What are you going to get done? I know you do
but
that.
also, it makes you feel like you're achieving something, even if you've achieved, making breakfast and getting up and going for a run or whatever it happens to be. That achievement is the first step in that way forward to a little bit more positivity, a little bit more control over your situation. And a lot of the guys that we're dealing with at the moment don't have a lot of control over a lot of what they're dealing with.
And sorry, Scott.
No, I was just going to say you're right, and it that goes back to that resilience that you quite rightly said Mandy talked about, and to see I was particularly taken by Peter earlier and how he's kind of just decided that he has to park that for the time being and move on and do something else. And actually to be able to do that is really brave. I don't think people realize how brave it is. A career that, they've wanted for it's probably as long as they can remember. And it's been taken away from them outside of their control. Nobody has control over what's happening at the moment. And it's just thrust him into something that actually he doesn't want to be there, but he has to make the best of it. And he has. Wholeheartedly he has. And okay, he needs support, and we'll provide that support. And, the community are providing that support through Katie and others. And I just think it's amazing. I would hope I was as resilient as they've been, but if I'm being honest, I probably wouldn't be. I probably wouldn't cope in the same way that Peter has, and others. To be at that time of your life and just have everything taken away that you've actually planned for your entire life and have to start again, it'd be really tough. Really, really tough.
So Katie, would you have a message, that you would give out to the pilots who've lost their job? What would what would you want to tell them?
Yeah, I think sort of following on from what Scott's just said, really, 10, 15 years down the line from now, they will look back on the current situation, the current climate, and it will just be one of those blips in the road. It will be a learning point and a memory. But in the interim, in the time that it's going to take for the industry to recover and for those people who have lost their jobs to be back into aviation, talk to people, reach out, if whether that's your GP or your peer support network or whoever it happens to be, there are so many people that are willing to listen and help and get involved, formally, informally, that could make all the difference and make that road back to flying in your 737, A320, whatever it happens to be, just that little bit easier.
Yeah, don't be alone.
Yeah, it's just been tough. I've just had word from the IT department that they have fixed the problem and are at the moment sending it by carrier pigeon to Lindsay's house, because that's the only way that we're going to get the results of Raffle D, as they've told me. They may even send it by Hackney carriage. We'll wait and see how that works out. So if your doorbell goes, Lindsay, it's the answers to Raffle D being delivered.
Pigeon hits the window.
Pigeon hits the window. I'm kind of hoping that it's going to come pretty soon. Katie, thanks for coming back and chatting to us. I really appreciate it. And I think that mental health and mental well-being is something that, particularly as a male pilot, we're not great at recognizing when that goes wrong for us and accepting that. And I'm not saying that the females do as well, but we're less, I think, willing to accept when things go wrong and less able in our own minds to ask for help when that does happen. But we know the help's there, and the more that we see that the help's available, hopefully the people who need it will actually come forward and take advantage of that. And
it's much easier to deal with a problem that's emerging early days rather than wait till it's become a real issue, a real elephant in the room. now
Yeah,
is the
it's tough.
time for proactivity.
Yeah, it's really tough, isn't it? But I don't want to end on a low, because this seems like a low, but it's not a low. It's actually a really important part of the work that the charity does. It's not just about giving people money and supporting them, which is a key part of what we do. And I'm going to come on to that, when we finish the live stream. But actually, it's about supporting these individuals and making them feel part of a community. And the help and the stuff that you've done, particularly around mental health, has been amazing. And hopefully we won't have to fill this portion too long, and that carrier pigeon is winging its way. What people don't know is our IT department is actually based in Normandy in France. So
that's why it's taking so long.
That's why it's taking so long for the carrier pigeon to come from Normandy. Katie, thanks for joining us. Oh, sorry, go on, Lindsay.
Oh, okay, Scott, go on, you go.
No, I was going to say thanks for joining us. And what we're going to do is we're going to just talk inanely about a 747 simulator for the last piece, in the hope that the carrier pigeon hits the window somewhere in Hampshire.
You actually, do you think there's something about the sort of volunteering, charitable aspect that can be achieved that just couldn't be achieved by a more official sort of organisation, if you know what I mean, a more structured? If a business set out to do this, it feels a bit like, charities and things that are filled with volunteers and people who are entirely motivated just get things done.
Yeah, and I mean, we're a group of pilots predominantly, so there's none of the bureaucracy that might perhaps surround, as you suggest, a business trying to do the same thing. We've all seen the stresses of getting up at 3 a.m. for a hideous o'clock flight and being away for however long. We get the day-to-day pressures and the camaraderie and the weirdness of our job that makes it unique, that if you've suddenly lost that is going to leave a massive hole. So not only I think is it the volunteering side of things, but as you say, we are hugely motivated to do what's required to help these individuals, but it's having that real insight into the industry, really understanding what they're going through, as much as anyone who still has a job can.
Yeah,
I think it's also, Mark, about who's going to run a business to give money away.
Well,
and essentially that's what we're doing. Business has to make profit, and if business is making profit, it means that money's not going to people. And as Callum quite rightly said, we maybe should have spent a little bit more on the IT department. But other than that, we have spent a tiny amount. It's hundreds of pounds, a couple of £100 to build the charity and to get it to where we are today. And that's largely due to the two ladies and others that are here, because they've worked so hard, because they feel so passionate about it. A business, I don't think, would have that passion. It would be very transactional for a business. And I think as soon as that becomes transactional and pilots see it as a service, I think they're less likely to try and access that. And that's one of the key things, is we want to make it a community supporting these people. They are part of our community. They may not be employed by an employer at the moment, but they're still part of our community. And, as a charity, we've started small and we've focused on a very specific group of people to begin with. But we're now in a position where we're going to be widening that out in the next couple of months, very quickly, in fact, to include many other groups that are in just as much need and don't have that support. But we had to start somewhere. And starting at your own front door is always the best place to start, because you understand the issues there. And moving on from here, I think the charity is going to grow. I really do, do. And I think it will only grow if it gets the support of our friends and colleagues. But we'll come on to that later, because I think I heard a noise then. The carrier pigeon may have hit the window in Hampshire. Lindsay, has it hit?
I have. I've got the results here.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first prize winner, which is Scott, we're hosting the 747 sim, is Elizabeth Grimes. Second prize winner, which is the Heathrow Tower visit, goes to Mark Fordham. Third prize winner, which is a day in Europe with Gilbert, is John Griffiths. Fourth prize winner, signed copy of Mandy's book, Paul Carr. The 747 print, which was from the last BA flight, that goes to Anthony Morley. And the sixth prize winner, which is the limited edition graphics 856 print, also to Anthony Morley. Must have bought a lot.
Wow, he's done well. He must have bought a lot of tickets there.
Seventh prize winner, which is the private tour of London Croydon Airport, goes to Tony Maxwell. The Flight Radar subscription goes to Greg Sugden. The personalised cockpit poster set, Catherine Young. And the JP Santiago print goes to Thomas McGiven. Whew.
Sounds absolutely awesome. And can I just say a massive thank you to the IT team who I know are watching this and were absolutely panicking that they weren't going to be able to get that draw before we run out of chat, actually, which was worrying me, which was absolutely amazing for them to do that. Katie, thanks for joining us as the arbiter of the final draw. I no doubt we'll speak to you in the next couple of days talking about all sorts of Pilots Together stuff. Cheers,
Absolutely.
Katie.
Take care. Bye.
Bye, Katie.
Bye, Katie.
So, Scott, a few bits of admin before we go.
Go on.
Somebody's won a prize tonight. How do they find out about it? What's the next step?
Well, the next step is we're going to contact them and let them know that they've won, because we've got their details. They can also check it on the website when the website comes down. It will be up and running probably tomorrow because there won't be so much traffic then, and we'll be able to do that. Prizes will probably, because of the Christmas break, not be with you before Christmas. Some may not, just because of the posting restrictions for final post before Christmas. But hopefully some people will actually see the prizes before Christmas. And there are terms and conditions, as we spoke about, on some of the prizes, particularly the flying ones, the simulator ones, and the one with Gilbert, which are all around COVID and not being able to do that just now. Bank it, wait till the weather's better, and we'll do it in the spring when things hopefully have moved on a little from where we are now.
Perfect. Well, Scott, it has been a pleasure this evening. Thank you.
Well, Lindsay, I have just noticed that we had over this a record number of viewers for us. It went up to over 300 viewers at one point. I'd like to thank Big Jet TV for also pulling the stream across to Big Jet TV. They've been huge supporters of us. Thanks very much to the team over there. It's been 4 hours and almost 15 minutes we've done. Do you remember when we started talking about doing live streams and we said we'll struggle to do an hour?
Yeah.
Where did that all go?
I think there's no problem with you in chat, Scott. There's never a problem with you in your chat.
Yeah, I think we were gonna run out there, so I was really worried about it. I can see you bringing up everyone saying it was an awesome event. I've had an amazing time. I'd like to thank you both actually. Before I close, that you've been awesome today. And we weren't as lubricated as Mandy was, I think, but we were definitely getting there. I think Ness Ovens has got something to blame with that. I know Ness quite well. I'd just like to say that this is 3 of us here, but actually the Pilots Together charity is a large group of trustees, all of whom have worked exceptionally hard, and Callum touched on it, to bring the charity from literally an idea that was spread across a couple of text messages and a couple of emails to include a group of pilots and some friends like Steve, and we haven't had Helen on, but Helen, who was Tal's wife, is also a trustee. And we have a number of other trustees. Mike Oakes, who used to be with Virgin, was communications with Virgin, and was a pilot, a non-pilot who was made redundant, who's joined the charity and is trying to help pilots who have been made redundant. All of these people are a team that largely are unseen, that sit behind us. We sit here, but they are the ones that do the hard work. As I said earlier, I don't do the hard work. You know that. I don't do the hard work on our streams, never mind doing the hard work in the charity. They do the heavy lift, and I'm so appreciative of that. I'm also really, really, really thankful that we have an amazing community of people, both pilots, av geeks, who have supported not only this draw, but have given donations through the website. You can give donations through the website. You can give donations through Give As You Earn, predominantly colleagues Give As You Earn. Whether you're retired, whether you're working, we've got opportunities through Give As You Earn on the website as well. And we've been able, in 3 months from that initial thought, to actually make a grant. Earlier this week, we made some grants for the first time to individuals who'd applied for them. A huge moment for the charity, and something I'm actually really proud of that we've managed to do in such a short time. I mean, the stories, and we had Peter on this evening, and James, and both of their stories were truly inspirational, but actually some of the stories are heartbreaking from these pilots. And I mean, we've got pilots who have enormous amounts of debt, which were largely secured against perhaps the parents' houses, with the promise of a job. They've taken that job, and through no fault of their own, and to be fair, through no fault of the company's own, they've ended up not having that job or being able to service that debt. And you know, it's heartbreaking to see potentially them and the parents losing the property over this. And I'm sure there are others of lots of other professions who have been hit hard by COVID, and you know, we're all aware of that. But I think the travel industry, and particularly airlines, have been hit particularly hard. And I think these high levels of debt that these young kids have had to take on to get into the industry that we love so much and they love so much, actually is something that needs to change in the future as well. This whole pandemic has made it actually unsustainable. It's demonstrated it's unsustainable in the future, to have kids paying, you know, £150,000 on the promise of a job. I just don't think that's going to work for us in the future, and it's something that I'd like to see the charity taking forward as well, is looking at other ways that we can either help them fund that, or perhaps use some government support for that. But that's for the future. Let's talk about now. Amazingly, we've raised a phenomenal amount of money this evening, almost £25,000. It's just been utterly mind-blowing that you've done that. And I'd like to thank everyone who donated gifts for this draw. We've had some of them on this evening, some that we haven't managed to get on because of the timing. But everyone who donated and supported, really thankful for that. And we have a surprise. It's not over yet, because this is only the first draw. We've got another biggie coming up early in the new year with some amazing prizes. I'm not going to give away any more than that. But people who thought these prizes were amazing are actually going to be really surprised by the next draw that we have coming up. And those of you who are into your history, the draw is going to finish on February the 9th next year, which is a very pertinent date for certainly some of the stuff that's in the draw. So some of you might be able to figure that out already. Thank you very much for joining us. I've had an amazing time. Lindsay, Mark?
An amazing time. And, you know, as you say, awestruck by the stories, by the generosity that people have given, by everyone that's given money, bought tickets, watched along with us, had fun, given us some banter. It's just been wonderful. Linz?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. Thank you very much, Scott, and thanks to everybody that supported us tonight.
See you again next time. Bye.
Bye.